Also, real quick, Sean, the elemental gem, it's kind of like a type of item, but then there's like four. Like there's one a specific gem for each elemental that you can get. I feel like typically, like it's something like the DM would like say, like, "Oh, they have this one in the shop," or "You find this one." So, do you want me to just like roll a d4 to randomize which gem I got?
Yeah, man, that sounds good to me.
Okay, I'll roll that in Avery. A one. So first one on the list is Blue Sapphire, Air Elemental.
All right, duly noted. Okay, so I guess we'll just catch up Anthony when he gets here then, yeah? Okay, so let's see. One thing I kind of wanted to bring up before we get started is uh, Dakota's kind of right about how like long these heists have been going. So I'm gonna say like if we hit our 11 o'clock my time or whatever, and you guys are like not even close or on the right floor, we're gonna just have to like cut to black and call that a failure as you guys like nurse your wounds in the next series of one shots or whatever. But yeah, I figure if we don't finish it because we time out, we're just gonna count that as a failed attempt. Time ran out for you.
Fair enough.
And if anything, we come back and try it again. See what happens with a different approach, or if we can get further.
Oh, for sure.
No, that works for me. I've been getting ran ragged because Will's been out all week with COVID, and our packaging manager is also on vacation. So I'm running on fumes. So like that 1 a.m. mark sounds like a good hard stop.
Yeah, I
Okay,
agree.
good, perfect. So, well then let us begin. We find ourselves once again at a somewhat familiar park outside the city of Varken Bluff. You are near the river, roadside, hanging out, and just kind of awaiting your typical handler. And without much, uh, without too much time passing, you do see this white horse clopping down the road, and on the back of it is the typical. Whoops! I think I sent that to the wrong chat. Is the typical Mira Rahir, who shows up on her fancy horse laden with a few parcels. She fumbles with a few of them, handing you each a box, wrapped in brown paper. And then to Sir Bon, she hands you an envelope. Uh, typical. But inside, you do see a golden key and an inscription. It looks to be written on the inside of this envelope is an address somewhere within the not too far distant city of Arkenbluff. Well, thanks, lads, for your last bit of work. Jurgen, glad to see you back on the circuit. Looks like you'll be still needing my loaner a bit, I suppose. She kind of gestures to Elagast. And hopefully things work out. You guys carry on. You're doing good work around here. I like doing business with you. She smiles and kind of winks at you guys and gets back on her horse and clops on.
Oh yeah, Jurgen, this is Elephant Ass. Elephant Ass, this is Beefcake.
Beefcake is happy to be back, and it's always fun to meet a new friend. I assume you have most likely gone through some peril together, and that is acceptable. We call it your initiation, if you will.
Yeah, we learned he likes to kill old men. Oh, come on, Elephant Ass. Don't give me the silent treatment.
It does
also
appear that
really-
he's rather upset with you.
He's also really bad at like gauging, distances. I think his depth perception is kind of shit for some reason. He climbed up on this roof and then dropped a rope down, and yeah, my tailbone is still recovering from the fall I had. But we'll ignore that. Vivor's gonna walk sheepishly up to uh, Cerbon, pulling out a nice little wand, which I'm assuming at this point has regained its charges because it's probably been a couple of days.
Yeah, it's been roughly a week since your last
Okay.
heist.
Yeah, so it's back to fully charged. He's gonna pull it out and just kind of like look at him, look at the wand, look like it's Cerbon, look at the wand. Eh, okay, here you go. Thanks for the loaner. Guess I'll give this back to you.
Well, because of your honesty, even though delayed, and even though it was funny as hell watching you fall on your ass, here you got this ring of jumping. Then you can actually jump and prove that elf boys can't jump.
He just like eyes grow wide, and he immediately puts it on and sits down and starts like twirling the ring on his finger as he begins attuning to it, and just looking very excited at his ring.
Elephant
Alright.
Ears, it appears whatever you guys went through, it was rather interesting based on that exchange.
Yeah, we ended up having to go into a haunted house, sent by a decapitated head. To stop somebody from being possessed. Simple shit.
Yeah, there was a guy that we almost killed, but then we ended up not killing him, and then we got more money, so you kind of missed out. But it was fun. We're glad to have you back though.
Which is fine. With Jurgen's new headband, I came to a realization that you must not only exercise and rest your body, but your mind as well. Jurgen took mental health day, but I'm ready for action now. Back and better than ever.
Well, speaking of action, and Cerbon will pull out the key and toss it to Lavore. Here you go, elf boy. Play the music box.
Fumbles the key because he was still messing with his ring, and then pulls the music box. All right, fine. I guess I can look at this ring some more later. Puts the key into the keyhole and turns it, and holds the music box out so like everyone can kind of hear it, gesturing them over.
And it pops open, and in a soothing voice kind of comes across, says, "Greetings, operatives. We have discovered the location of a great dwarven treasure, but only a prisoner incarcerated within the prison Revel's End knows how to access the vault. This quest, should you choose to undertake it, requires you to travel to the prison, infiltrate it, and learn how to access the treasure from the prisoner. Return this information to the dwarf known as Varen Axebreaker, who will brief you on the details of the mission. Good luck, operatives. And with that, the music box slams shut and sucks the key deep within.
Oh, great. These things
Okay,
just keep
so
escalating.
yeah, but should we find this treasure and keep the treasure? Like, yeah,
The
we get a
treasure keeps
cool
getting
item.
bigger and bigger. Then why don't we wait for even bigger score? Let us see what it is we're stealing first. But I like where your head's at.
Yeah, we also, as fun as that sounds, I do like the consistent income and in the opportunities to cause a little mischief and mayhem. I feel like if we just took the treasure for ourselves, we wouldn't get any more jobs.
If it's big enough of a treasure, wouldn't need any more jobs.
What if we can take part of the treasure so they think that we completed the job, but really we only sort of completed it?
Oh, who knows? It's some dwarven thing. I mean, I know I'm short, but dwarves could be assholes. They probably got some sort of like, you have to cut the wrist of a dwarf to prove you're a dwarf or some other stupid shit.
Yeah, that sounds dumb. Short people are dumb. I mean, dwarves are dumb, not short people. You're fine.
Jurgen thinks that might have been vaguely racist, but shall we go see Varen?
Yeah. Let's go
See
see.
if
Let's
he,
skip over what I said and go see Varen.
yeah, let's go see if he's still sober.
All right.
So we pull up the address.
Okay, yeah, you guys look
Yeah.
at the address of Varen Axebreaker written on the inside of this envelope, and you guys make your way into the nearby city of Varkenbluff. And as you do, you make your way into the city proper, and you realize that it's a home address. And as you make your way there, you are definitely find yourself in one of the more bougie districts. And as you reach this address, you come to a pretty large-looking manor, surrounded in a neighborhood of fellow manors. It looks like, but this one is rough. It's not a white picket fence. In fact, the fence isn't even standing anymore. There's a few broken windows, a few ones that look to be boarded up. It's in really bad disrepair. No paint, missing chunks of wood off the side of the building. Looks like the roof may have collapsed in at some point. It's like the quite a rough looking manor as you guys approach. As you kind of reach out and knock on the door, quickly a Varen Axebreaker, this noble dwarf with braided hair and beard, with it's black with streaks of gray. He wears a loose, comfortable robe over what appears to be like steel breastplate, and he oh yeah, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Please, come in. And he opens the door and gestures to the lot of you.
Walk in.
What you guys notice when you enter, he kind of takes you to this main foyer type of an area, but you notice the interior of this home looks almost as if it was looted. You can see where picture frames hung on the walls for long periods of time, and whether it was soot or sunshine kind of dyed the walls where they hung, they have been moved or removed. And same with lots of areas where furniture and things this guy looks to be pretty destitute, not really looking like a noble should, I suppose. He leads you to this small table and chairs in this kind of a humble room. That's about all that is in the room, is a wooden table and chairs. And he sits and waits for you guys all to enter and kind of get comfortable. He says, well, thank you for hearing me out. My name is Varen Axebreaker. And I've got a proposition for you. My clan has located wealth stolen from us many years ago, but it's sealed in a vault, magically locked. If you can recover the key, whatever it is, you'll gain the enduring gratitude of Clan Axebreaker. And I'll cut you loose for a percentage of the recovered treasure, of course. The catch here is the person who knows how to open the vault is rotting away in the prison of Revel's End. She's proved to be uncooperative with me and my people. And I recently discovered that the vault where she hid what she stole from us. I need you to question her and learn how to open the vault. He takes a big swig of ale, kind of looks to you all. How you do that is upon you. If you need to spring her from the prison in order to exchange this information, please do so. I can provide you with a way in, as well as a layout, and maybe a few useful tricks. He kind of eyes you all wildly.
Does this prison happen to allow their prisoners visitation rights? Can we just go in and, like maybe there's like a glass wall between us and some sort of string on a cup that we hold up to our ear and just, talk through that we can, just ask?
Aye,
Of course.
there is a land route to the prison. There is, I believe, an air dock or for airships or perhaps flying companions, and there is also a dock to enter this prison. It is roughly 350 miles to the north in a frigid frozen wasteland.
Yeah, we'll need all the layout, the details, information about her before we even say yes. Because if you're sending us in for a suicide mission, I know Pointy Eared here is looking for a conjugal visit, but I'd rather not stay for very long.
Well, what do you need to know then? He kind of looks to you.
Well, information about her, because if she's one of those types to hate orcs, and one of us happens to look like an orc while trying to sneak in, that's not going to start off very well.
Well, officially, she's known as a prisoner of 13. Unofficially, her name's Corda Glintstone. These are not things you should say in the prison. No one in the prison, save maybe the warden, knows her true name. Prisoner 13 should suffice.
So is she hiding out, like they're covering for her, or is she actually a prisoner?
Well, she's a prisoner for sure. My own clan saw to her prosecution.
Wait, hold up. So your clan put her in prison and now you need information from her?
Yeah, that's about the gist of it, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't
Oh,
think it through.
okay. So we
Hey, let's spend
shouldn't
all this
mention.
time.
Sorry. So we shouldn't probably mention that you hired us because I'm assuming she's holding a grudge and will not give us information we need. Just
Well,
that-
she's been uncooperative in the past for sure. More and more magical means and all. She resisted every attempt by the clan to get back to her and get the information we need. But
So
I have reason to believe that, maybe after a few years in the joint, she might have softened a bit. I doubt it, but
What clan is she from? Do you know anything like whatever what information can you give us about her clan? Because if maybe one of us can, I don't know, disguise ourselves as someone from her clan or as a dwarf and just say we're from her clan, we might be able to get a little bit more information than, I don't know, just asking as a random elf and fairy and gnome.
She was an honorary member of our clan. We took her in and she helped us, built us quite a little network of spies and pickpockets. And it was quite profitable to have her capable ways around us. But our pockets grew fat, and with her network behind her, she cleaned us out of every bit of coin, leaving us but a pittance. We caught her quickly, of course. You can't steal tons of gold from a bunch of dwarves and not have us know about it. But her associates fought to the end, respectable. We caught her, and we couldn't get the location of the treasure out of her. And, well, we've found it since her prosecution. But we can't fucking open it, because she's got the key.
Hmm. That is problematic.
Did you perhaps think to do a cavity search? If she has the key and she is in your custody, why is it so hard to get the key?
Well, she's not in my custody. She's in the custody of the prisoners of Revel's End.
Are you not friends with the people that you turned her over to? It seems like you would be on good terms for catching criminal.
The clan has requisitioned her release multiple times. They keep turning her requests down. He rolls a gem out, a sapphire, onto the table and taps it once. And a map of this place just kind of like hovers above it, almost like a 3D hologram sitting in front of you on this table. And he kind of gestures to the layout of the prison. Revel's End is no joke.
Okay, what?
Is this prison gendered? Like, do they put the men by the men, women by the women?
Nay. Some of all of the world's worst criminals are there. Men, women, man, women, women, men. It's quite a show.
Okay, so they're progressively a prison. All right.
Aye, equal shite for all.
Sorry. Okay. So you don't.
Do you
Oh
know
wait, no,
anything about their security?
Tons and tons. I'd be happy to share with you, but yeah, can't give away trade secrets and all. You gonna do the job or are you not?
I mean, yeah, I think it's safe to say we like gold and we like shiny things. So we'll do the job, but we're gonna have to discuss our fee. You said a percentage. We need a exact amount on that percentage. Good number.
2%.
2%. 2% can be a lot or it can be a little depending on the total. So what's the total sum that you are pulling that 2% from?
Well, maybe you should ask prisoner 13 when you get there. I don't know what the fuck she left in there for us, how much of her money she spent, but it was a
So
vast
you don't
fortune that
know.
she made off with.
So you're offering us 2%. That could be 2% of 5 gold, or it could be 2% of 500 platinum.
And
2% is a little low.
if it is large sum of money, how exactly do you expect us to just simply carry it out?
We have a bag of holding. He
But
stage whispers to Jurgen.
Jurgen turns around, like, in front of everybody, and he's like, I understand we have bag of holding, but bag of holding has its limits as well.
Fair enough.
And he just
The
points at his headband and flexes a little bit, and then turns around.
Lavore, go ahead and give me a persuasion check as you're kind of talking to this dwarf.
Okay. Also, just actually, no, that's a question to ask in character. So wait. Okay, persuasion. That is a 17.
2% is plenty. If it wasn't a vast fortune, then why would she have gone through all the fucking trouble to not only make sure we can't get into the fucking vault, but that we couldn't even find it for years? There's a vast sum of money in there, boys. 2% ought to do the lot of you.
Okay, so are we stealing the treasure or just finding where the treasure is located?
We've located we know where the treasure is. We don't have a key to get into the feckin' vault. She has the key.
Okay, so you just want the key, not for us to go in, grab whatever, and bring it back.
Bring me the key here.
Well,
So
I'm
yeah, I
assuming
don't
we're
think we need a bag of holding for a key.
okay. Also,
It was
second,
Lavore's mistake. He thought that you wanted him to bring all of the treasure, not just a key. The key we can do. Jurgen knows for a fact key will fit inside of bag of holding.
So it's a deal then.
I mean, yes. Everyone, are we in agreement?
Well, considering the line of work we're in, it would probably be useful to experience breaking in and out of jails, for future reference.
Very true. Okay, so now that we've accepted the job, you said there's an airship dock. I'm assuming it's not this one here on the water, and he points to that kind of what looks to be a lakeside dock. Is the airship on the tower roof?
Aye, it is. Varen kind of retrieves this fauceted sapphire, roughly the size of an orange. He places it on the table. He waves his hand over the gem, and the glowing blue image of the floor plan appears in the air above it. He taps the gem, and the image vanishes. The sapphire splits into sections, and he passes one fragment to each of you. The fragment grows warm in your hand, melts, and then vanishes, leaving a warm, tingling sensation behind. Think about the map of Revel's End, and you'll be able to see it.
Well, that is very fancy. Another question. Sorry, I'm full of them. This anti-magic field, do you know if that only points inwards towards the cells, or is it the entire interior of that uh, six-sided, not hexagon, but cannot remember what a six-sided thing is called. Whatever.
Well, that's because it's called a hexagon there, Lavore.
Oh, hexagon. Oh, I was right.
Yes, I know you've been watching the gladiator fights, and so you're thinking octagon of UFC, but no, it's the hexagon.
Also,
And another question, it says permanent, but can it be shut off?
To my knowledge,
Like,
it cannot. But part of the deal of that fancy little gem you got there, you can focus and you'll be able to see the map. But now that it has been absorbed into you for about the next week or so, if you're within 100 feet of Revel's End, you can bring up the map in your mind's eye, touch one of these latches, and utilize, you'll essentially disengage any lock on this map with the help of the sapphire I have just given you. You'll be able to unlock any office, any cell. But as far as I know, the anti-magic is permanent. They got plenty of dangerous people there.
So, back to my previous question. Do you know if that is only inside the cells, or does it permeate to the interior of that hexagon?
Far as I know, it's just the cells.
Okay. That's good to know. Sometimes I have good ideas, guys, and other times I forget that a six-sided geometric shape is a hexagon, and the five-side is pentagon.
Perhaps we should get you a headband like Jurgen.
Can I borrow yours?
No.
Just for like 5 minutes, just so I can feel what it's like to be smart, and then I'll give it back.
Absolutely not.
Okay. What about 2 minutes?
It's not happening.
So, just for the sake of clarity here, while the characters are within 100 feet of Revel's End, the map allows them to use an action to touch an image of a door or hatch and suppress the lock on that portal. While the lock is suppressed, its image turns green. The lock remains suppressed for 1 minute or until another lock is suppressed. So, as a team, you can only suppress one lock at a time.
Gotcha. And that is, and again, any lock inside of the prison, correct?
Correct.
But just one at a time. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Well, is there a timetable on this? Like, do you have like multiple days? Do you need this done tomorrow? What's our
The
planning
magic in
period
the
looking-
gem lasts 7 days. It takes about 3 to get there.
So we got about 2 to 3 days to get this done, essentially.
Yeah, you'll have 4 days once you arrive at the prison.
Okay.
Also, I might be able to get you in as well.
Oh, another question came to mind. Do you know how often airships dock at this prison? Like, is that how they get their main source of provisions and supplies? Like, is it like a weekly thing that these airships will touch down? Because that might be a potential escape plan.
Nay, from what I know, it's a rare thing. Only VIPs come via air.
Can you get us an airship? I just want to
No,
ride on
I
an airship,
can't.
really.
I'm a bit broke at the moment. Most of me family fortune is locked in a fucking safe.
Well, sorry, I didn't know if you just maybe were saving an airship. My
He
bad.
pounds another like huge mug of ale, turns and refills his mug out of the only cask essentially in the room. Help yourselves, by the way. As he takes another hearty pull and sits back down at the table.
Lavor's gonna like hesitantly just reach over, pulling out like I don't know, he's probably got like some sort of like camper's like tin mug, and just kind of like slowly fill it up while looking at him. And sip
So,
it.
you say that you can get us inside the prison. will you be getting us inside of prison with all our gear and our weaponry and such? Or what does this look like?
Well, here's what I could do for you. I got a crew what is going to take a few liberties. And, well, long story short, I'll sneak you on a boat that's going there. And at no extra charge, I can have either a couple of cooks or a couple of guards knocked clean the fuck out and provide you with their uniforms as well. So I can get you on the boat, what's going in, and relieving their guards and cooks and whatnot, dressed as either a guard or a cook. Your choice. But, the ship leaves soon.
Well, guys, I think maybe a guard would probably have more access than a cook. So, do you think we should take that?
He points to Jurgen specifically, like, you're small. I could put you in a crate, get all your shite across. But the cooks, no, you'd have to have maybe some light armor under their uniform, but you ain't getting more than that there. And the guards, of course, you'll be required to wear splint mail.
This should be fun. We can just put our gear in bag of holding, and I will carry it to whoever.
So, Sirban, what do you think? Guards or cooks?
Well, first, Dr. Doggy Schnauzer meet me. He goes off and pours me a beer. So while I was working on some stuff, I ended up signing some terms of service. Didn't read the damn thing because it's always shit anyway. But now I can actually do this. And I changed myself to look like a slightly shorter Lavore. Since I can only gain a foot. So I'm not changing out of my armor, but I'm thinking guards out of the two. Because I don't know how else I would explain Dr. Doggy Schnauzer as a cook.
Could we put your doggy little metal boy into the bag of holding? He doesn't need to breathe, right? He can just hang out in there. He's pretty. Or is he big? How big is he? As I look
Well,
at the schnauzer and gauge his size.
I think it's a medium creature, isn't it? It's a big dog.
they are a medium creature, and I don't think bag of holding really
Yeah.
technically can hold people.
Yeah. Okay. So not that.
I mean, in theory, we make you guard, and perhaps thing that makes you guard is the you have guard dog. Does that not make sense?
Exactly what I was thinking. See, I knew that headband would work for you. Now Lavore
Jurgen
knows what to
flexes
ask
his
for
forehead.
next time. All right. I think we got everything we could get from this guy. I say we start making our way since we have a week and we can fine tune the details. Maybe by then, Elephant Ass will be talking to us, so could get his input.
Well, I think we have about. We only have. It's a 3 days travel to the prison, and then we'll only have like 4 days once we're in the prison. So we don't really have a week.
Yes, but we have 1 week to get done, and it's going to take 3 days of travel, so we could talk on 3 days of travel instead of
Gotcha.
bringing that up later.
All right. Yeah. So. Yeah, I guess we accept. Let's get to going When does this boat leave for us to head towards the prison?
They're literally waiting on you right now. He jots down, like the name of a boat and gives you kind of general directions. You're currently in the city of Varkenbluff, and not too far off is a large port that cuts through this ocean that leads up to the northern, like more icy territories. But you're only, 4 or 5 hours or so away from this kind of like port area where this ship is waiting on you. Is there anything you guys need to purchase before leaving the city? Because this will be your last chance.
I think I'm going to buy another vial of acid and then a couple like miscellaneous things like string. So I'll be sure to take that all out of my gold and whatnot.
The boar is just gonna get 2 health potions and cow traps. So I'll also take that out of my gold. If I'm assuming those are fairly easy things to get in
Oh
the
yeah,
city.
for sure.
Okay.
Would I be able to get a bottle of Fantasy World Ipecac?
Certainly.
How much do you want to make that?
Well, I would say that kind of stuff would probably come in things like an alchemist kit or a poisoner's kit or something.
Okay, let's go. I mean, it's medicinal, so let's do Alchemist Kit.
I mean, a medicine kit also counts, I think, if you'd like.
That works. Because I think our best bet is going to be to get her to get into the, if we have to break her out, get her to the hospital. It'll be the shortest way out to the docks. And Ipecac works.
And if I might say, I specifically bought 2 fancy cigars in the previous heist, so I still have those, just as knowing that I'm going to use that as prison currency at some point. I just want to flag that now so it doesn't seem out of the blue.
Duly noted. Okay, so you guys kind of do your last minute resupplying and then make your way out of the city of Varkenbluff and a short distance away to a small port nearby. It looks to be exclusively used for transporting items to and fro from Varkenbluff. And this is like the frigid North Sea. It's very cold as you kind of approach the strong, cool winds you can feel coming down from the north. As you do, a dwarven mistress kind of walks up to you. Kind of as you guys approach, she kind of cuts you off, gives you guys a good long stare, making sure to make eye contact with each of you, and then kind of gestures to this back alley, and she dips into.
I think the boar just kind of shrugs and hesitantly walks and follows her through the back alley.
Jurgen would have been flying at eye level and just followed her immediately.
As you guys kind of follow her down this alleyway a bit, she hands you guys some uniforms. So, have you decided cook or guard?
The boar was gonna do guard.
Jurgen would be a cook.
Guard.
Okay, so you guys, guards are handed this splint mail kind of uniform, heavy leather boots, like an iron cap type of a situation, as well as a long sword on one hip and a short sword on the other. The cook, however, you're given a kind of a cook's coat and some like shoes and hats and whatever. You could totally conceal like maybe some light armor underneath it, but it will be difficult to conceal things like your weapons or any armor other than something maybe in the light category. She kind of
Hey, Lavore, maybe you should give him the bag of holding and he can put his weapons in there. Since you can walk around with the sword and he has to look a lot more pathetic.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Lavore will just, you unlatch or unclasp the bag of holding from his, you know, belt and hand it over to Jurgen as he's putting on his, pseudo guard gear.
And I'm assuming that I would have taken anything that you guys want to sneak past, potentially thrown it in the bag. And since Anthony's not here and he's going to be a cook as well, I would have taken his weapons in there. Anything that would stick out, I suppose. I don't know what his class was last time, so I don't know if he's like a light armor guy or not, but Jurgen doesn't wear armor anyway. So I just throw my weapons in the bag.
Yeah, Lavore would give you his shield and he's wearing medium armor, so you give you his medium armor as well. Yeah, just kind of like a shield, his medium armor, and then everything else he can carry on his person underneath his guard stuff.
as you guys are kind of changing in and out and swapping some items in this back alley, this dwarven lady keeps kind of looking out for you. She's kind of like posted up at the alley entrance, keeping watch. And she said, "Well, good luck, the lot of you. You're expected on the Jolly Pelican in about an hour. So, good luck, and I don't know what you're helping the old Axebreaker clan with, but they're a good lot. So, do right by them if you can." She kind of nods to you guys and casually walks her way out into the road and takes off.
Well, it appears we should be making our way to the boat. And he will just start flying in that direction.
I'll follow along riding on the back of Dr. Dougie Schnauzer.
Okay. As you guys kind of make your way to the Jolly Pelican, it is a decent sized sailing ship. You notice, aside from the deckhands, however, you're looking at roughly 25 guards and about 8 cooks total. And this ship looks to be one of the ships that resupplies the prison and also swaps out active and off-duty guards. So it looks like their treks are weeks at a time before they get any time off. So you get some grumbling of it's like Monday for these guys. They're all heading back to work at this kind of a, from what you get at, frigid, icy location. You guys will have roughly 3 days of travel time. You have to travel about 350 miles north, and the more you travel north, the colder it seems to become. as you guys kind of sail on. I don't suppose any of you guys have like cold weather gear or anything.
Was it
I
provided with the uniform?
No.
Oh, I
Yeah.
was under the impression the uniforms would have been like weather fitting, given that we're going there. Well, shit.
Yeah, I definitely don't.
Okay, so with not having it gets to the point where it's uncomfortable, but after a day's worth of travel or so, you guys really try to limit your exposure on deck to like maybe an hour or two, maybe just get a good stretch of the legs and a breath of fresh air. But for the most part, you guys kind of remain below deck with the fellow guards and crew, and. A lot of these guys seem to work together for a while, but some of them know each other, some of them not. It's kind of a mixed rabble. But is there anything in particular you guys would like to do on this journey?
Jurgen is going to try to persuade somebody to give them his jacket or some form of cold weather clothing on the ship, since he's got 3 days to kill.
Okay, give me a persuasion check.
That's an 8.
This guy kind of looks at you, a fellow guard, kind of looks down at you and he's you ain't gonna need it. You'll be near the nice hot kitchens when you get there. Just stay under. You'll be fine. The boat will keep you warm enough.
I would like some warmer clothing for, if I need to go out on a smoke break. Oh, speaking of, and then he brandishes one of the fancy cigars and he says, "What if I sweeten the deal?"
Give me another persuasion check.
It's just a flat roll, so I'm just firing in the dark right now. That's a fucking 7.
He looks you dead in the eyes. I don't smoke.
That is fair. I hear it gives you cancer. And he'll just fly away, his shoulders sunk.
So one of the artificer infusions I took was able to replicate items. So for the boat ride, I would instead of doing my usual for protection and offense, I'll use my one to create a alchemy jug and just have beer, 4 gallons of beer every day, and share it around.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. You quickly become quite the popular guy amongst some of the guards. Nothing to lighten up this journey a little bit, huh? And you've definitely brightened a few spirits on this kind of dreary, cold trek.
I figure can't get drunk on the job, so get drunk on the way to the job.
They like, here, here, and then kind of cheers you and shit.
Yeah, Lavora is gonna try and make friends with people on the 3 days, like just kind of walking around, making friends with like not discriminating, just like all the cooks, any of the guards, any other sort of employees that were on their way for their shift. So he probably would have helped, seeing as Serban was kind of doing the same thing. He probably would have helped Serban with his like beer runs and everything, just kind of like trying to talk everyone up, like get to know some people, like learn some names, um, just get familiar with the people that he's gonna be quote unquote working with.
Okay, go ahead and give me, we'll call it an investigation check as you kind of go around and introduce yourself and meet a couple people.
Oh, that's good. That's 18 on the die for a 17. And not smart. 17 still not bad though.
So through kind of introducing yourself and shaking some hands and gossiping here and there, you do kind of you learn a couple of things. One thing that everybody's kind of chattering about is apparently the armory of the prison has a new guard, and it is actually some sort of ferocious creature, and it's got everybody up in ambles because nobody really knows what it is. The other thing you kind of notice after making your way and chatting everybody up is there is not a lot of people wearing coats. There's a few guards that have some like winter weather gear, but for the most part, they're all dressed like you guys. And they are similarly, avoiding exposure above deck when they can, and whatnot.
Maybe. Sorry, I thought I was on mute. um, yeah, so he's gonna relay that information to the rest of his group in hushed whispers when he can. Um, and yeah, just kind of like say like, oh, there's like this weird creature everyone's kind of freaking out about. They're not quite sure, but it's protecting the armory. Um, that might be something that could cause an issue because according to the map we saw, the armory is kind of close to our target's cell. So maybe just something to be on the lookout for.
Hey there, Elegast. Welcome in.
What are you talking about? I've been here the whole time.
Well, so
Elegast
kind of you
is-
to finally stop giving us the silent treatment. The new guy, he shows no respect.
Was I giving you the silent treatment? I'm sorry. I was just drunk out of my mind. Take a sip from my flask.
Jurgen has been speaking to you all day. You say no words up until now, but I'm happy that you do have voice and you're not mute. Would make this whole process much more complicated.
I have this very specific skill set where I can sleep with my eyes open and seem like I'm aware, but I'm really not. They're nothing personal, friend.
That seems like a very unique skill. Well, while you were sleeping with your eyes open, I hope you do not mind. I have chosen that you will be wearing the cook uniform alongside Jurgen, and our friends have chosen guard uniforms.
Yeah. I mean, as long as we don't really have to cook anything, because I can't cook for shit. But I'm all about it.
If anything, we make you wash dishes if we have to. But just so you're aware, in your drunken stupor, you gave me all of your gear that would not be fitting of a cook. It is in my bag of holding. So, all of your shit, basically. Anything that would be weird for a cook to have.
Oh shit. Does that mean like I lost my cloak and all that, and my boots?
You could potentially hide some stuff like that, like under your cloak, under your cook's uniform. But anything bigger than like light armor is going to be a no go. Light armor you could pull off, but weapons and things you're not going to be able to pull off at least upon entry of the prison.
Do I still keep my winged boots?
Oh yeah, you could keep your boots and your regular clothes, and if you have a cloak that's like personal, you could keep that, but you would have to be like stuff it underneath your cook uniform.
Okay. A good thing my buff fairy friend. The only thing I need are these, and he cracks his knuckles.
I suppose those will come in handy when you are washing dishes. And he puts a hand on on your shoulder and just kind of nods at you, and then goes and sits down.
Elagast, something you really didn't notice before, as you're kind of checking out your new duds, your new cook's clothing uniform. In one of the pockets, you find a peculiar note, and the note reads something along the lines of, "Should you need an escape, flash a bright light on the dock, and we will come get you." And it's stamped at the bottom with like some sort of like dwarvish seal.
Yeah, I guess will kind of like kind of slap his face a little bit and like, oh, I don't remember any of this shit. I really gotta stop drinking. Oh. And then he'll take a sip from his flask.
Okay, yeah.
Has he realized it says elephant ass yet? I mean, it's been a week.
I'd imagine he has.
Yeah, it's
But
been
he
several days
doesn't.
since your heist, so it's been roughly a week since your last heist, so.
Yeah, I imagine he has, but he doesn't know where it came from, so he's just kind of like, fuck it about it. He was pretty pissed off when he first found out because it's an important flask to him, but at least he still has it. And then he's gonna tap excuse me, my buff friend. Did you also have a note like this in your pocket? And I'm gonna kind of try to slide the note to Jurgen, kind of discreetly.
Then he'll take a look at it, and then he'll pat himself down and just confirm that nobody snuck anything onto him. But I assume nothing. Just that one note.
Nothing, yep.
All right, yeah. He's like, it appears that they got their point across with one note. I think you were probably the only one to receive it, most likely because it is very easy to plant something on the body of somebody who is so drunk they are now unconscious. And he kind of like folds the note up and just tucks it back in your shirt.
Well, now that we both know this information, is it just like regular paper?
Yeah, just regular paper with a little like stamp of dwarvish seal. It looks to be like a broken axe.
Well, this note would not. We don't want this going into the wrong hands, so I guess he's just gonna eat the paper, get rid of it.
Okay. Yeah.
I imagine it's like a pretty decent piece of parchment too. Like he's really got to sit there and chew on it for a minute.
It's kind of fibrous, but after a chomp or two, you manage to get it down.
Follow it with some drink from the flask.
So as this boat ride continues on, anything else you guys need to do before reaching this prison?
Alagaskian's still like very confused about what's going on. We'll just do some light push-ups on the deck.
I think Jurgen, in between short aerobic exercises to keep himself warm, would probably just kind of like go up to some of the guards and just be like, so do you guys get same like break schedule like we cooks do, where you get to go for cigarettes, take a few minutes, put your feet up, and then go back to work? Like what is it like in in life of guard here?
I mean, it sucks because we have to work, and the ungrateful ass prisoners are there all the time. And, the warden, Marthanis, she don't tolerate like breaks. But I mean, we get downtime. We can hang out in the barracks. Same as always. There's not a lot to do. We'll drink a little bit, maybe play some cards. We're not allowed to get tossed at any point, even on off duty, because you never know. So it's the boring sober life for a month at a time. Month cycles. It'd be pretty cool if we had a cook or two, like maybe help slide us some of the good stuff once in a while. Makes our day if there's an extra slice of bacon. Finds its way to our plate. Little extra pinch of salt in the rations or something. Yeah, keep that in mind, there, cook.
Jurgen will commit this to memory, and on Sloppy Joe Day, Jurgen make yours extra sloppy. And he kind of winks at him and just kind of floats off.
Gas will be kind of like, were you just flirting with him? You're gonna make his sloppy Joe extra sloppy?
You must not understand that you must be people pleaser and you must schmooze to get places in life. Jurgen has already made friends with Guard.
Ah, okay. I mean, if a guy told me he was gonna make my sloppy Joe extra sloppy, I'd be a little weirded out. But
And in a prison.
yeah, also like we're in a prison. I mean,
Jurgen is dressed as cook. He said on Sloppy Joe Day. Like, it. Context clues, man.
Okay.
Gas is gonna walk up to another guard and be like, "Hey, between we look out for each other in there. And on sloppy Joe, I'm gonna make it extra sloppy for you." Just to see his reaction.
Go ahead and just roll me like a raw charisma check. A straight d20 plus your charisma modifier.
I'm pretty sure that's just either it might be negative. Raw charisma. It's straight roll. That's not bad. It's 15. Straight. No modifiers.
He looks at you, kind of cocks his head a bit. All right, sounds good. I'll be looking for you.
Does he like wink at me, or is he just like, oh, like just cool about it?
Kind of taken aback that you were just so forward for somebody who doesn't know, but considering he's got to kind of be nice to the cooks for at least the next month or get some shit rations, he smiles politely.
I'll put my hand out for like a handshake, like, oh, in these prisons, we gotta look out for each other. And then just walk away. That went better than I thought.
He curls his eyebrows kind of curl in, and he looks kind of like he mouths the words "what the fuck" to somebody else as you guys walk away.
Excellent idea, Jurgen. I think I got another one on our side.
All right, so a couple of days go by pretty uneventfully. It is, the weather does drop dramatically each day until you are literally sailing past chunks of ice. Perched on a high cliff overlooking the sea of moving ice is a bleak stone fortress carved from a gigantic blade-shaped rock. A central tower looms above the rest of this fortress, and light leaks from its arrow slits. 4 smaller towers rise from the outermost corners of the fortress, and guards can be seen atop them. As you guys kind of pull into dock, a few guards on the dock kind of inspecting not only the goods that have come, but also, the soldiers and the cooks and things, including the lot of you. And as you guys kind of make your way off of this ship and into this, area, one thing you notice right away is it is very, very cold outside. And on this dock, there seems to be like some sort of like wooden contraption, very like an elevator that hauls several, a dozen people or, some goods and things, but not like all at once. So as you guys are kind of getting offloaded, a couple of carts full of goods go up on the elevator, and you have to wait for it to come back down, and then a good sizable chunk of the guards go first, and then you got to come back down, And as the elevator comes back down, it is also bringing guards who are loading back up on the Jolly Pelican for their return voyage home. So there's kind of a bit of shuffling about, and you hear one guard kind of calling out, just so you know, if there's any rookies out there, guards to the guard barracks, cooks obviously in the kitchen. We got stuff to do. We got stuff going on right now. It's like mid-shift. The boat's late by an hour. Come on, people. Let's go. Let's go. Keep it organized. Tight lines.
Since Jurgen's really the only one that he's met, he's gonna just kind of stick by him a little lost. Hey, Jurgen, who's on my team again? Who's the other cook? Oh, it's you, right?
Jurgen kind of like pinches his nose. Like when you get a headache out of frustration, and it's just like, do something to cover up that breath. For fuck's sake. It is like entire distillery coming out of one mouth. It is impressive. But those are our friends. And he kind of like does a super quick wave to the other two.
Oh yeah, I remember them. We worked together last time. And he'll like do an excited wave to the other guys because he hasn't met him yet.
Sir Bon, the guards that as you're kind of getting off the boat, making your way towards this elevator, one of the guards is kind of calling out and stops you. He's like, "Oh, what's up, rookie? Make sure to take that pack animal to the stables and then report to the barracks. All right? Can't have that shit running around here." Obviously,
Yes,
gesturing
sir.
to your mechanical dog.
Although it probably does a better job than half the other people that have come through here because it can't be poison or charm. But hey, what do I know?
He kind of looks thoughtful for a moment and kind of shakes it off as he kind of goes back to managing the crowd. Okay, so from here, you guys do finally make your way up onto this elevator, and after you kind of make your way in through this large set of iron double doors, 15 feet wide, 20 feet tall, massive, massive doors. The elevator is, basically a large crane that they have being hauled by like mules and things. And as this kind of gate moves to your way in, you are immediately let into a small hallway. On the other side of this massive door, you have probably, I don't know, 25 feet or so, and it's a very small, kind of almost like, single file type of a line hallway. And right immediately in this hallway, this stone hallway, the ceilings are pretty tall. You notice they're about 20 feet. And you have a door to your right and left, about halfway down the hallway, sitting across from each other, and a door at the very end of this hallway leading outward. And it looks to be a lot of guards are coming in and shuffling into the room on the right as you guys are facing. And a few kind of go out the door on the opposite side of the hall as well. But where do you guys go from here?
I think Lavore would have been close by Cirebon when he was told to bring his Mr. Schnauzer to the stables. So he would just be following him back towards that area, maybe giving a slight nod to Jurgen and Eligast as they parted ways. Or
Oh yeah, no.
maybe
Sir
parted
Bon
ways.
completely ignores that order.
Oh, well, Lavore would have followed Serban, taken his lead. Assuming he was going to do as the other guard said, he would have just followed Serban.
Okay, so the two of you in guard uniforms, Serban and Lavore, what's your move from here? Just on the other side of the entry level of this prison.
No, I'm following you.
Okay,
I
so we
thought
came
you were
up the
going to the stables.
elevators. Uh,
I'm sorry,
that's
what'd
all
you say?
too, but I was trying to say, so we came up the docks, came up the elevator. We're on tower level 1.
Negative. As far as your map goes, you are in the hallway between the hospital and the guards, just south of the dock on your map. There's a small hallway that looks like you have 3 other doors aside from the door you came in. Uh, the, one to the right and left, one leading the right leading to guards, the left looking like it leads to the hospital, and then there is another door, large iron door that would lead you deeper into the prison.
Okay, then Serban would probably follow his tried and true method. Say, wow, that was a long boat ride. I got to take a ship. And go towards the privy so that he can do his ritual casting on detect magic on his glasses.
Okay. Let's see here real quick. As you make your way around to the privy, the first thing you do is you go through this door, and you're in this very it's called like it's a corridor that allows the guards and visitors to access the outermost rooms of the prison while avoiding what they call a panopticon, for the record, uh, and its prison cells. The guards refer to this corridor as the hexagon because of its shape. But as you kind of make your way through this little area, a couple of guards look to be making their rounds, and they notice the two of you. And right away, they walk straight up to you and put their hand out. Whoa! What do you got here? We got some rookies and some kind of critter. You're taking that to the stables, right? What are you doing, rookies? What do you You just
Right
skipping
after
your
I get
post?
done taking a shit, absolutely.
Okay, go ahead and give me a persuasion check. Could be persuasion or deception, your choice.
I don't know if either one of those is better than the other. I need low Chris for lying.
Can I give him advantage? Like if I say something right now?
Perhaps. What do you say?
Right. Yeah, sorry guys. I mean, we are definitely new here, and he's his his guide dog. He's not too kind of hard on sight, but also he's just riddled with. Honestly, not too sure how he got this job to be honest, but he's riddled with disabilities. He's hard on sight, so this is his guide dog. Helps him out. He's not blind or anything, but it just helps him not bump into random things. But he's also got this, you know, his bowels don't hold on to things very well, and when he's got to go, he's got to go. So like, I mean, unless you want to explain a nasty situation here in the hallway, we really need to get him to the bathroom. I'm also his, I kind of got paired up with him because, we're friends and I know his situation, so I'm able to explain to people. But yeah, like we got to get him into a toilet real quick.
I'll say you can make it with advantage.
Super. $15.
All right, whatever it is, we'll take the dog to the stables when you're done. Jeez, man, what the hell is Marthanis doing? What kind of rookies is she hiring? That's the worst case of IBS I ever heard. They kind of just let you pass.
then hop on in and start crafting magic.
Okay, so before you actually make your way there proper, you come to a locked door as part of this, hexagon or hallway or whatever. You know the privy is through this door. However, when you come up to it, it is locked.
Did our uniforms come with a key pass?
The map did.
Well, I know. Oh, well, I'm talking about like one that guard would use, so that it doesn't look suspicious.
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh. Uh, 13.
So, from your brief encounter, you do notice that the guards do have key passes, but you guys do not.
I'll quickly back out and let's see if I can see those guards again and yell at them.
Yeah, they're still making their patrols.
Hey, the shitter's locked and I wasn't given the key yet. Help a brother out.
Give me another persuasion check.
Persuasion to take a shit. 6.
For fuck's sake, rookie! Are you serious? You don't even have your fucking card on you? Like, are you trying to get the warden to come fucking murder you? Take your dumbass back to the garrets. Go shit in a bucket. I don't give a fuck. Go get out of here now, immediately, or we're gonna go talk to the fucking big lady right now. Take your fucking shit in the stables where you drop off that damn dog. Something. Move along. I can't believe you don't have your fucking pass card on you. You're lucky I don't report you right now. I'm gonna cut. If I catch you later on today without your pass card, we are absolutely going to the warden. Go get your fucking pass card, rookie. And he he stands over you, glowering.
Lavor's kind of dumb, but he's got a pretty high wisdom, so he kind of feel like he's got a gist of the seriousness of the situation and how it could affect things. So he's just gonna kind of like hook his arm into Serban's, and kind of like start leading him off. Like, come on, let's go. Like, yeah, he's. I'm so sorry. Like, we just, it's just so hectic coming in here and trying to make sure he gets in the right place, and we weren't made aware ahead of time of the stable situation with this guide dog. I'm gonna take care of this right away. Don't worry. Like, and then he just starts leading him off towards the stables.
Okay, as you lead him away, go ahead and give me a deception check.
Oh man, I think my deception's okay. Oh no, I thought that was an 18, but it's a 10 plus 2 for a 12.
You pull it off. They buy it, and they're fuming, and you can hear them grumbling under their breath about fucking rookies. Are you kidding me? God, yeah, the audacity. Where do they fucking find these people?
And Livor just kind of like starts dragging him along, just be like, just go along with it. I'm sorry I made you seem like a incontinent blind person, but I was just trying to get us through the day. Let's just go to the stables and we'll figure this out from there.
You guys slowly make your way around the hexagon to the stables. It looks like they keep mounts, sled dogs, pack animals, and maybe even some pets here. But it is actually at this point in time completely empty. You have the room to yourself, and there seems to be no other guards in the immediate room as you kind of enter this area. So as you guys kind of post up in the stables briefly, let's cut over to the other half of our party. Where are Elagast and Jurgen going from the hallway up by the docks?
Jurgen would look back at Elagast and just be like, "It is probably best we head towards the kitchen and the mess hall. However, my superior intellect tells me that we will pass by the armory, and Jurgen would like to get a brief look if possible." And then he will just try to inconspicuously shuffle toward the kitchen. But when he passes by the armory, he's going to be like specifically on lookout for any, like trap security measures. If he can get a brief look at like maybe what's guarding it, because they had mentioned that creature. He's just keeping an eye out.
Okay. Elagast, I imagine you follow in tow.
Oh yeah, he's still kind of lost and just following Jurgen because he makes him feel safe.
Okay, go ahead and give me, give me a stealth check, Jurgen, and follow that by a perception check.
That is a 19 stealth.
Okay.
And you said perception? I will say I have advantage on perception checks to detect the presence of secret doors. I don't know if that is relevant here, but I took the Dungeon Delver feat.
Duly noted, but no secret doors here. This is
Just
to
making
kind
sure.
of peek through the door to get a good view of the armory without actually going in.
Yeah, general perception is going to be a 50. Oh shit, 15 minus 1, 14. Wisdom's my dump stat.
So, luckily for you, like the entrance to the armory and the entrance to the kitchen are like really, really close, and it does take a while as some guards are going to and fro. But as the guards, a couple of guards that are probably on patrol kind of pass by you, they give you guys a side eye, but you're close enough to the kitchen where they don't really say anything, but they kind of definitely make it aware that they're watching you. But as they go into the armory to either pick up or drop off some weapons, you do get a peek briefly inside, and there is a pretty nasty beastie in the middle of this armory, kind of inspecting all the soldiers as they come and go with their weaponry. This beastie is very scaly-like, a head that seems to hover with very protruding, almost like pseudopods, but at the end of each one is an eyeball, and a massive eyeball in this thing's center of this floating head is accompanied by a massive maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. This creature seems to be looking in many directions and all at once as it hovers about, keeping the armory well guarded. And the soldiers kind of, or the guards kind of, oh, hey, and they all kind of look nervous around it, and it seems to relish that, but that's all you get a brief glimpse of.
With Jurgen's superior intellect, would he know that that is a fucking beholder? Or at least what I assume to be a beholder?
It is a variant of beholder, yes.
Okay. That's terrifying. I've never actually been remotely near one of those things in a game. So, fuck that. And he'll just keep making his way toward the kitchen after making that horrifying mental note.
Okay, as you kind of make your way down this hexagon-like corridor, you do squeeze your way into the kitchen. It's not too far away, and aside from a few other humans in this area, as you kind of walk in, it looks like there's a pair of people in here. They look to be prepping the meals for prisoners and staff and things. The kitchen contains everything one would expect to see. an iron stove, a pump that draws water magically from some cistern somewhere. It looks like a few rooms are also here, and off as you kind of come in, you'll be facing south. So on the right-hand wall, there are 3 separate doors leading somewhere, and then on the southernmost wall, there is another door leading to what you presume to be the mess hall. There's the clinking of pots and pans and the smell of some cooking meats in the air. A couple of fellow cooks are chopping vegetables and checking oven temperatures and things. What do you guys do from here?
I imagine Jurgen would be like just rearranging things in the kitchen, trying to look like he knows what he's doing and look busy as he's kind of just taking note of who comes in and out, and like when the food is being prepared, like where are they sending it, trying to get a general idea of like the flow of people through the kitchen.
Okay, yeah, we'll call that an investigation check as you kind of make your way around the kitchen, keeping eyes on everybody.
Fuck. It's a +4, but I only rolled a 9, so 13.
You kind of get the ebb and flow of things. It looks like, as you're just hanging out, kind of idly, like sweeping or cleaning, you kind of look around. It looks like of the 3 doors, the one closest to the door you came in is actually a well-stocked pantry. You see some people come in and out of it. The door next to that looks to be some sort of cold storage. Anytime the door opens, you could see like the cool air creeping out, and ice-covered boxes stored within. And the following door after that seems to have a lot less action, but it also looks like it's probably the cook's sleeping quarters.
Um, and I imagine at this point, like once he's kind of got a good feel for what those areas are, he'll be making small talk with the other cooks. And just be like, so how exactly does all this work? Do we feed everybody in the mess hall? Or I mean, surely like the people in surveillance, they must have their meals brought to them because they must surveil. Is this not truth? And just trying to like feel them out, like do they cater food to any section of the building, or does everybody have to come to the mess hall to eat, kind of thing?
Staff and guards eat in the mess hall, but prisoners take their meal in their cells.
And what about the people who work in surveillance? So like the warden or the people who work upstairs? So,
They all shift out eventually. Gotta come down to eat.
fair enough. Fair enough. That makes it easy for us. We do not have to go get their trash and their dishes later. It's all in one place. It is smart. I like well-oiled machine. And he'll just kind of slowly make his way back toward Elagast to see what he's been doing.
Yeah, Elagast says, Jurgen kind of makes his way around the kitchen doing this and that. Is there anything you'd like to do at this moment?
Elagast would have been like just found the broom and just start sweeping out the kitchen and trying to make himself useful. Bad, I accidentally left. Make himself useful, and he doesn't want to actually cook anything, so he's like just help like putting food, like taking it out, or just trying to make himself useful without having to actually cook anything.
Okay, give me, we'll say, a performance check to see how useful you can make yourself.
I was trying to not do a performance check. Yeah. That's an 11, 9 plus 2, 11 total. I don't know why I have a plus 2 to performance, but
You pull it off. You look busy enough. You blend in. Does just another cook doing his tasks.
imagine every time I see Jurgen, he'll give him like a thumbs up.
Okay, yeah. As you guys are kind of doing your thing here in the kitchen, let's cut back over to the stables. Lavore and Serban, you found a place comparable to the privy, I guess, to kind of do the tinkering and whatnot that you needed, and it is relatively private, as you guys are the only Lavore and your mechanical canine companion are the only ones around at the moment. What do you guys do from here?
Lavore completely. 'Cause what did you roll on your deception check for? My passive insight is actually pretty great, but anyways, just for funsies, Lavore probably would have believed uh, Serban that he really needed to go to the bathroom, so he's gonna like check in all the stalls, make sure like no one's in here, and then like find an empty one in the back, and just like turn back to Serban to be like, "Come on, like go in here."
You for sure find like an empty old rusty bucket.
There's a bucket. It's fine. You're good to go. I'll keep watch at the doors.
You know, if we make it out of this, you should ask for one of those headbands of intellect.
What for? I found you a stall.
And I'll roll my eyes. All right, let's leave Dr. Doggy Schnauzer here. Make our way towards the barracks, I believe. And now that I got my glasses working, we'll see what any magical things that he didn't know will pop up. So we could get a move on and try and get scouted. And while walking, Serban is also going to keep an eye open for any materials, because after a long rest, I could make a brand new steel defender. So he might just build a new one in the morning, allowing the one in the stables to die and just hide it.
Okay, so you guys can briefly like pull up a map with your thought, and you while you're looking at this map, you can take an action to like unlock or lock a door here on, and it will kind of show on everyone's map what door is locked or unlocked. So it's everyone can view it, but you do notice that there appears to be on your map at least a couple of guards' quarters on the first floor, and then like an official barracks, on the like first level of the tower, at like the center of this prison. So, of those three areas, where do you want to make your way to?
Well, Serban, looks like
Well,
there's some.
did they
Oh,
say
sorry.
where we were supposed to report to once we got up there?
They did say guards to the barracks, cooks to the kitchen.
So yeah,
So
just
we
straight
should
to the
go.
barracks.
Then we'd go upstairs to the tower level 1 to those barracks.
Okay, you guys make your way down this another small hallway, then through this, the hexagonal corridor, and towards the center of the prison proper. This area, as you enter, is known as the Panopticon or Panopticon. This hexagonal chamber is a large open space at the center of the prison. Cells line the chamber walls, and a smaller hexagonal room occupies the center of the space. It looks like there are continual flame spells or torches of ever burning, kind of just all along the walls here.
Um, can Lavore kind of lead the way. Kind of gets a little flash of insight, remembering where their target's cell was, and kind of give a nod back towards Serban, and just kind of go on the right or the east side of the hexagon and circle around towards that northernmost door, kind of just walking around just so he could pass by prisoner 13's cell, and he just wants to not make it obvious or anything, but just kind of like take a glance inside her cell as he's continuing walking towards that northern door to the tower.
Okay, yeah, you guys take the long way to get there for sure. And as you peek, give me a perception check. I'll give you the basics no matter what, but let's see what you get.
Alrighty. Ooh, that's a dirty 20.
Okay, so this tightly muscled dwarven woman keeps her red hair cut short. Her bronze skin is covered in tattoos that stretch from her collarbone to her ankles. She surveys you back with unimpressed eyes. And as you kind of look around in this area, it seems of this, all these cells, it looks like every other one seems to contain a prisoner. So there's a lot of empty cells. And on top of that, you do notice, you kind of like fall into step rather with the local route that the guards are patrolling on. You find it pretty easy to kind of keep step in between the actual patrols.
Do I catch her eye at all?
She surveys you, guys, as you kind of walk by and make your way towards the northernmost door, but it's very nonchalant. She doesn't seem impressed or interested.
Could I just if there's a split second where her eyes meet mine, can I just give a very slight nod? Just barely move my head up and down like a quarter inch, but just a slight little nod in her direction.
Do you have Thieves' Cant?
I do not.
Okay, give me a straight charisma roll.
Alright.
Aren't you an arcane trickster? Don't rogues get thieves' cant
No, I'm
automatically?
Trickery
Oh,
domain.
yeah, trickery. I'm thinking
Yeah.
Will's the arcane trickster. My bad, I got him crossed.
No, you're good. I mean, trickery domain, arcane trickster. Easy to get mixed up. Oh shit! I rolled another 17 on the die. My charisma is 0, so that's just a straight 17.
She notices that you give her the nod. She cocks an eyebrow briefly, but other than that, no response.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything more than that. I'm just gonna when she catches my eye, just give her a tiny little nod and then just keep on walking. I'm not trying to draw any more attention than necessary.
Okay, yeah. And as you guys kind of make your way to this, what is known as the surveillance hub, the door opens for you. Well, you would have to use your ability to open the door. So we'll say it only lasts for about a minute, but the door is locked essentially. You guys do not have key cards like the guards do. But this hexagonal room is the base of the prison's central tower. A spiral staircase rises to the tower's upper levels. Several guards watch through the arrow slits, observing the cells, while one sits at a metal desk and console with a myriad of switches and dials and a brass tube with a funnel-like flare. These guards kind of look to you guys as you enter, but for the moment pay you little to no mind. As you kind of make your way casually through the room, very guard-like. Is there anything you'd like to do before making your way up the stairs? All right then. A door in the spiral staircase leads into a large room filled with wooden bunk beds. There are arrow slits in the north, west, and south walls. Foot lockers and armor racks accompany each bed. The spiral stairs continue up past this door, but you are kind of looking into the armory at this point. Sorry, barracks, not armory.
Sir Lavor's kind of like lean over and like kind of whisper to Saban, "Should we find who's ever in charge of this area? Maybe we can get one of those key cards so we don't have to use you know what all the time."
Yeah, that's kind of why we come down here. We're supposed to probably go through some sort of initiation or orientation or whatever the hell they want to call it, where they hand out everything and tell us our assignments.
You guys do notice within the barracks, you are looking at roughly 50 guards, and none of them seem to be doffing armor or wielding weapons. They are all kind of just casually hanging out. Some are sleeping, some are playing cards, others are reading books. A few seem to be playing like a dice game in the corner. But there are roughly 50 off duty guards hanging out in and around this room.
I think a fight's out of question.
Yeah, yep, nope, that's a lot of people. I think we gotta play nice and be covert.
I'd like to look
You're
for
right.
whoever looks like they're in charge.
Yes.
Okay, give me some perception checks. You can each make your own, or one of you can aid the other.
What's your perception?
Uh, decent. I got a +3.
I'll give you advantage.
All right. Oh, that was two good rolls. It's a 22.
Oh yeah, you guys pick up pretty quick. Um, that there is a looks to be like you're not sure. He's not wearing his uniform, but people he seems to command an aura of respect, and a lot of the other guys, even though everybody's off duty, keep calling him sir. And you do notice this rather tall, brawny, blonde-haired, blue-eyed human who is particularly ripped. You notice that. He seems to be commanding a lot of respect in the room, and he's currently, doing like some wall presses and stretches and things. Looks like he's doing some like light cardio.
All right, let's go introduce ourselves.
All right. Yeah, let's do that. And just in case, I feel like he might need a little extra help, and he's just gonna kind of wrap his arm around his shoulders and just pat him on the chest with his free hand and cast guidance. Be like, you got this, bud.
Read me the language of guidance, would you?
Yes. Guidance. You touch one willing creature once before the spell ends. The target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to one ability check of its choice. It can roll a die before or after making the ability check. The spell then ends, and it's a concentration up to 1 minute. So he has a minute to add a d4 to any ability check.
And is that
Was
verbal, somatic, and was it VSM on the spell?
it is it's not material, it's just verbal and somatic. So I was kind of using my being a friendly, like putting my arm around him and all that stuff for the verbal or somatic, kind of trying to cover up me trying to do it. I mean, take I'll do a sleight of hand roll if need be, but
Oh,
I
for
kinda, like,
for
cover it up
sure.
with,
I'll say a sleight of hand roll, but I'll let you make it with advantage because of how you used it.
okay. Right, sleight of hand, that's good because my sleight of hand isn't great. Yeah, I was definitely trying to make it, like, stealthily. Okay, not great. That's only a 13.
It passes. Nobody seems to notice.
Okay. Yeah, so Serban, you can add a D4 to an ability check within the next minute as we walk up to big man on campus.
All right, so I'll walk up and Shaban will say, "Sir, we were just came on the boat. We were told to report to the barracks, trying to find out what we're supposed to do so we can prepare."
He kind of looks back to you. Oh, you, yeah, we're waiting on you, Sir Brightlock, please. And, yeah, let me show you to your bunks. He walks you over to a couple of, pretty standard bunks with, they have a couple wooden trunks, a little locker for each of you and a small bed. Looks, to be like a single, just enough for you to sleep on. A couple of wool blankets and things, and in the trunks there's some heavy coats. You guys got courtyard duty, but you still got to stretch. You got about an hour. Send you out on the courtyard duty. Once the sun comes up, the prisoners they get to go exercise once in a while. They'll be out there stretching and whatnot, and gotta keep them under wraps. You'll be on the yard. New guys get yard duty. Sorry, but kind of sucks. It's cold out there, but everybody's got to earn their keep. So you and a handful of others, you'll be out there monitoring the guards here shortly when your shift begins. Get packed in, get settled in, and welcome to the crew. Let me know if you need anything. He kind of helps you guys settle in a little bit and goes back to kind of leading a little bit of a workout with some of the other guards.
With our stuff, was there a key card?
There was not.
Shaban's just going to roll his eyes and what kind of monkey show are they running? I'll go back up. Sir Brightlock, ran into an issue coming in about key cards. We were not issued one. I'd like to rectify that.
Go ahead and give me, we'll say, persuasion or deception check. Your call.
A nat 20 plus a 2 on the guidance if it's been under a minute.
Oh, for sure. He kind of looks puzzled for a minute. Well, shit, man. I was just kind of enjoying my time off, doing a little stretching, doing a little cardio, keeping fit. You know how much paperwork I gotta fill out to get one of those? That's a fucking bummer. Hey, alright, I'll tell you what. I'll get you one eventually, alright? But maybe just, yeah, you two. He points to you, Lavore. You and this fucking guy, you go everywhere together. I don't give a shit if you got a shit. You take them with you. I'm gonna give you my key, and I'll get myself a new one later. You fucking lose this key, and the warden will kill all three of us. You understand that, right? Don't fucking lose the key, man. Rookie, I'm putting a lot of faith in you. And he hands you a small metal like slat with the symbol of the scales of justice upon it, and it looks to be the key card you're looking for.
Well, I want to make a very good guard. If I lost this, when how would I?
Like seriously though, don't lose it. Don't even think about it. Like our lives almost literally depend on you not losing that. So keep it on the DL. Once you get settled in, give me a day or two, man. You're stuck here for a month with me. I'll get to it. I'll make sure you get resupplied proper. But until then, keep your head down and don't mention that you don't have a key card to anybody else. That would be great.
Thank you, sir. And then turn around and walk back towards the bunk.
Okay, yeah. As
The
you
board
is there anything you want to
almost
do real quick? We're gonna cut back to the other party.
I was he just fucking follows, dumbfounded that actually worked. He's like, oh shit, okay, and then just follows her on.
So we cut back to the kitchen, where a few extra crew members seem to make their way in. At this point, through some of these arrow slits, the sun is just now cresting over the horizon, and you guys can tell that it is just the earliest hours of the morning, and the cooks kind of whip into a bit of a frenzy. Several of them, where it was just a pair at first, now there are several in there. It's breakfast time, breakfast time. We gotta feed the troops, we gotta feed the prisoners. Let's go, people. Let's move it into gear. You hear the clinking of pots and pans, and the sizzling of meats, and the whooshing of flames of kicking on in the ovens and things, and the kitchen becomes a whirl of activity. What are you guys doing at this point?
Jurgen's gonna look extremely busy and just be like slowly stashing things into like a trash can to fill up a bag to give him an excuse to like take the trash out so he can leave the kitchen while everybody's distracted and cooking. And he kind of like he'll like motion to Elagast to be doing something similar.
Elagast is on the stove yelling, where's the fucking eggs? I need eggs over here. And he's like clanking pans, getting into the whole cooking thing and not even paying attention to Jurgen.
A halfling woman runs over to you with several dozen eggs. Oh, here you go. She like panically hands them off and then runs back to help somebody else.
Elagast will be just whipping up some scrambled eggs and passing it down the line. Got eggs coming up. What else do we need? We got hash brown sausages.
Go ahead and give me another performance check as you're going about this.
Best goddamn scrambled eggs they've ever had, I guarantee it. Oh shit. That's an 8 + 2 for a 10. A little runny.
The head chef kind of makes his way over to you. He's like, whoa, calm down, rookie. We do things a little different in this restaurant. He kind of chuckles and, let me take over for a bit. Why don't you go help knock out some dishes or something, man? You're cramping our style here. He kind of takes over.
Wash dishes. Bullshit. I didn't work in my father's restaurant for 20 years to be washing dishes. Just walks off and he throws his towel on the floor. Walks off angry.
He looks concerned, but just kind of comes back to shakes his head. Man, fucking hard to find good help, man. So Jurgen, as you kind of dip out the door, there are multiple doors to dip out of. There's a the door on the north side, leading back to like the hexagonal hallway, or the door on the south side, kind of leading into like the mess hall. Which door would you be heading towards, sir?
Oh, that is a good question. I was just looking at the map and trying to figure out how I want to go about this. I think he's gonna. So based on the map, in the south side where the stables and the guard thing, I assume that is the guard room that our friends are in. It looks like there is a door on the very south side of this building. Does that where does that lead? Or is that just like a door to a sheer cliff?
If you want to go investigate it, you could absolutely do so. But as far as the map's concerned,
Okay, I just want to make sure
doorway.
it wasn't like it looked like it went to like a hallway. I couldn't tell if it was saying like that was leading to a tower, because then the three things at the bottom give you like the three
As far
floors.
as you know, it just leads outside of the prison complex. There is also a land passage and an air passage that could have been, used to access the prison. You didn't have to take the offer of the boat ride, but there were other options.
Heard. Yeah, he will just take his bag of trash and act like he's taking the trash out, and he's gonna head like toward that door so that he can try to get a look on what's outside, and yeah, go from there.
Okay, so as you kind of make your way around, you do see a pair of guards coming your way that do not have. They're just kind of looking off, chatting idly. They have not seen you yet. I'll give you, a round's worth of actions first. What do you want to do? Are you going to try to bluff your way by, hide? What's the plan here? As these, you for sure have to make your way by a pair of patrolling guards.
If he sees the guards coming, you said the halls are like what, 20 feet up?
It is very high, but it is very narrow. It's only, you have to walk. They have to walk almost single file, but the ceiling is roughly like 20 feet up.
He's gonna try to just fly as close to the ceiling, like flatten himself as much as he can to the ceiling and try to stealth by them as they, like, almost like he goes straight up and waits for them to pass and then comes back down. That's what he's going for.
Okay, give me a stealth check as these guards kind of make their way beneath you.
It's a 13.
It is enough, as these guards are kind of walking around. They're like, "You think that guy really shot himself?" And he's like, "Oh man, I don't know. I'm not going to the stables for a while, just in case." Like, fucking rookies, right? And like, yeah, and they kind of like walk on as they kind of continue their route.
And yeah, as they pass by, he'll just keep making his way and see if he can't identify what this potential exit might be.
Okay, you make your way to the southernmost door on the hexagonal like hallway, but it is locked. You will have to use your either your thieves' tools or perhaps your the map's ability. While you could use an action to view the map, nobody else can see the map but you, and then touching like a lock or latch on the map will turn it green, but it will disengage it. So do you use your thieves tools on this door, or do you use your map to bypass it?
So what do you mean, like, when you say disengage it, do you mean like somebody in the surveillance tower would see the door is disengaged versus like picking a lock? Is that what you're saying?
You have the ability to magically disengage this lock, but it would be one. It will be like a one at a time. As far as you know, it won't. You are disengaging it as if you were a guard with a key card. That's kind of how the magic works. So as far as you know, it shouldn't set off any alarms.
Okay, then yeah, I think he would just do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're trying to
Go
think
ahead.
of this as like a modern prison system where, a show's unlocked and they have some sort of monitor that says, hey, door 6A is unlocked.
Well, you were asking about the exterior doors. The cell doors themselves might be a little different.
Also, I think we can only have one. We can only use it one at a time. Same thing with the map. So, like, if Serban and I were trying, like, we unlocked a door and we're about to enter, and then like you tried to unlock a door at the same time, they would kind of cancel each other out. So, like, our door would be relocked and yours would go unlocked. If I'm understanding
Correct.
correct.
Yep. It only lasts
Yeah.
a minute, and if you unlock another door, it relocks whatever you unlocked in the first place.
So it's one unlock for the whole party.
At a time.
You can at a time. You can use it multiple times, but you only one of you can use it at a time.
Speaking of, after Elias threw it, like put on his little show, would he have seen Jurgen slipped out? I have a passive of 16 perception.
For sure. I mean, Jurgen tried to give you the heads up that he was dipping out, so you would have known that he made his way out of the room.
Can I potentially try to catch up to him?
Yeah, we'll say you could stalk your way towards Jurgen. However, as you make your way there, I'll give you the same deal as I gave him. You see a couple of approaching guards. They seem to be deep in banter. You're kind of in this hexagonal, this hallway. It's not very big. It's very tall, but almost a single file line. These guys are literally going to have to like rub chest to chest to pass you. What do? You see them before they see you. You have, one round worth of actions before they come up on you.
I'm gonna take off my chef's hat and kind of look distressed and kind of wipe my brow and make it look like I'm just in the hallway taking a breather.
And as they see this, they for sure approach you. Like, hey, you're a little far from the kitchen there, bud, and you're traveling alone. That's against the rules, dude. You can't be doing that. You're putting me in a tough spot here, and I don't know where you can't travel the halls alone, and you're not in your designated area, man. I know it's breakfast time, but what are you doing? What's going on here? Explain yourself.
My apologies, gentlemen. I just got into it with the head chef. Apparently, my cooking wasn't to his liking, and we got into a fight. And instead of just standing there, I just came out to the hallway to take a little breather. I fully intend to go back to the kitchen. It's just very hectic and stressed right now with the head chef yelling at me.
Go ahead and give me either a persuasion or a deception check.
I feel like it'd be persuasion since I'm not lying. Technically. But I'm gonna go deception for some reason. I have a higher roll now.
I mean, technically, you're lying about your feelings, so like you care.
That's an 18 plus 2 for a dirty 20.
They kind of look at you briefly for a minute, back to each other. All right, man. Well, we got to get by, and I can't just leave you in the hallway. So, I mean, let us take your breather and get your ass back. We'll be making another round here in like 10, 15 minutes. So, get back to the kitchen and serve up some food, and don't let what the head chef has to say bust your balls too much there, man. I'm working here for a while, and so is he, and I'll tell you what, his fucking cooking ain't that great either. So don't take it too hard. And he kind of nods, pats you on the shoulder, and they both kind of scooch by you and make their way down. But they keep looking over their shoulder as they make their rounds. No, seriously, get back to your post, man. And they briefly walk out of your view.
Yeah, I'll kind of put on the shtick, kind of, yes, sir. I, apologize for being out here. And I'm like, make it look like I'm just kind of rubbing my hair, doing some last touches and make it look like I'm walking back till they're out of sight.
Okay. And we'll say.
And then go ahead.
We'll say you kind of after they pass out of sight, you hurry and scurry down the hallway, and just in time to catch Renwick as he opens this door and walks through it. So, as you kind of enter this area here, it is a small hallway. Once again, you are kind of in between what is the guards area and the stables in this tiny hallway. And standing in front of you is a large iron door that looks to be bolted shut with several bolts from the inside.
So I'll walk up and see a little halfling with a tentacle for an arm.
Oh, sorry. Did I say Renwick? I meant Jurgen.
Renwick, what are you doing in this story?
If it's any consolation, you said Renwick, and I didn't even think twice about it being Jurgen. Point of order, though, if he unlocked that, he would have peeked in, not just like straight up open door, step in before looking.
Okay, yeah. As you kind of open a peek in, you do see like a short hallway with the iron door at the end, and in the center of this room here, there's a door leading to like the guard area, and there is also a door in this hallway leading to the stables area. It's not on your map, but it is on mine. So where do you go from here?
So we enter that door, so now we're in the hallway. He'll walk into the hallway and kind of like gesture for Elagast to follow him since it's on a timer. Now we're between the guards and the stables. He just wants to look out that southern door and I guess just like basically confirm what type of exit that might be for future use.
Okay, give me a perception check.
Pretty sure that's a -1. That's a 3.
So the door is very large, iron, and bolted shut. There is no view hole or like sliding slat or anything. You don't really make heads or tails of where it goes without actually opening the door.
Oh, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. Like, I would move down to that southernmost door and like open it, look outside. Like, all I'm trying to do is figure out what the fuck is outside, so we know if we could use that as an exit later.
Oh, okay. So as you know, it's not quiet. It is quite loud and somewhat laborious, but you do manage to move these latches. The grinding of metal on metal kind of slides across, and as you kind of push the door open a bit, a strong icy wind seems to blow inward towards you, and as you just kind of peek out, you do see looks like a beaten path in the snow and ice, leading like off into the landscape, and it looks to be a few like guards stationed in like a nearby tower, but nobody like actually on the door itself. But for the most part, yeah, you're just looking out into the into this road, and it is like endless frozen waste as far as you could see. Nothing but ice, and this tiny little road cutting through the landscape.
Sweet. That's all I needed. And then, yeah, he'll turn back to Elagast and be like, well, Jurgen has located a potential exit, although it looks like tricky path. It is probably best we find our friends and figure out how the fuck to get into these cells.
All right. So, what do you guys do from here? As you guys are kind of hoovering around this the southernmost exit of the prison.
Elagast would have caught up to Jurgen and uh okay, I'm here. What's the plan? You told me to escape the kitchen, so I got into a fight with the head chef and I'm here now.
Bill, I was just trying to locate an exit, and we don't really know where our friends are without metagaming, so whatever you think next move is, I trust your judgment. I assume you've sobered up by now, as it is morning.
I'm never sober, and you take another drink from his flask. I believe the voice in the sky said that they were in the bit one. I haven't even seen the map. Where's the map at? Where are we right now
I
in
don't know
that
if they
map?
pinned it for you or not, but currently you are in between the stables and the nearby labeled guards on your map. There was a small hallway in between those two places, and that is where you are.
What is that the door that we came in, the bottom door, like when we first got here? Oh no, we came in from the
No,
dock up
yep.
top.
You came in on the opposite side of the facility.
Oh, okay, that door leads to like an outside hallway. Well, Jurgen, it seems that if we go through this door, and we could potentially get to a surveillance area. Should we try to get guard uniforms before we do anything? I mean, a bunch of cooks walking around the hallway. We stick out like sore thumbs.
It is a fair point, although it might be difficult to procure guard uniforms without needing to incapacitate people, as we... You know what? It is worth a shot. And he, like, rips the sleeves off of his cook uniform, and then he's just going to turn and go into the barracks and try to switch jobs, like brandishing his muscles as he walks in. So I guess he'll walk into the barracks, and if he can get deep enough into the room, he'll look for like whoever's handing out gear and just make his way toward them.
Okay, so you make your way into this room, the guard room, that you're just outside of. This room contains a table with 4 chairs and a cabinet holding whetstones and other simple supplies for like repairing armor and weapons. 3 guards are stationed here, and they look to be passing the time by sharpening their weapons and complaining about the weather. And you for sure raise an eyebrow as you walk in. All 3 of them kind of stop what they're doing, speechless, and stare at you for a moment. And then their guard kind of mentality kicks in, and they all jump to their feet and brandish their swords. What in the fucking hell? What are you doing outside? What are you doing in here? Explain yourself immediately.
Gentlemen. Jürgen does not mean to spook you. After all, I am a humble cook. However, I was in the kitchen and I was bumping into things, and quite frankly, I can't even cook an egg. It's just not Jürgen's thing. Does not come from a cooking family. But, as you can see, Jürgen's physical prowess, it is much better. And he kind of like flexes his ridiculously like crazy muscles, despite being like 3 feet tall. He's like, so Jurgen was thinking that he would come to barracks, speak with you, and potentially switch jobs to a more suitable position. After all, not many people can take Jurgen in hand-to-hand combat. Should I become guard with armor and weapons, I will be doing you a great service.
Okay, so where is Elagast during this encounter?
I'd imagine I would have been right behind him and like flexing too, because I'm pretty ripped as well.
Okay, go ahead and give me, I'm going to say a persuasion check with disadvantage there, or there, Jurgen. Almost did it again.
Disadvantage, huh? Alright, fair enough. Well, that's a 5, and a 7, so a 5.
They're thoroughly not impressed. They sheath their weapons and they basically come at you guys. They grab you, kind of put you your arms behind your back, and as they're dragging you across the room towards another door in the back side of this room, they're giving you a thorough ass chewing. Like, First of all, we don't fucking hire here. We are the wrong people to be talking to. I don't know how the fuck you got a job as a cook at one of the fucking tightest prisons on the fucking realm that you can't even cook an egg. That makes no fucking sense to me. I'm absolutely complaining about this. I'll be talking to the warden immediately about getting us some better kitchen staff. Also, tell the head cook he could, go lighter on the salt. What the fuck, man? We're soldiers out here. We can't even. It's like, our tongues are rotting off, from all this damn salty meat. Tell them to calm the fuck down. And if I catch either one of you outside your post again, I'll fucking lock you in a cell. This is not to be taken lightly. And as they march you guys towards this fucking door, they push you through it and slam it behind you. And you guys find yourselves in the mess hall.
That did about as well as I expected it to. Jurgen has another idea, though. They said that we feed the prisoners in their cells. So in theory, if either you or I were to take the food to prisoner 13, then while you hand her the food, or I hand her the food, we could get information on where the key is and potentially find a way to get her out of the cell.
Well, Jurgen, that's a great fucking plan that we should have used before we pissed off guards.
To be fair, Jurgen did not think of that 30 minutes ago.
Honestly, I was about to fucking punch one of those guards, dude, putting their hands on me. I mean, we could go back, dude. We can just go fuck him up if you want. I'm down. As he takes a swig from his flask.
You guys notice here in the mess hall that there's some prison personnel dine here. Tables and benches fill the room. Dishes and old cutlery are stored in cabinets along like the south wall. It looks like this place serves breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It has a very kind of like almost pub-like atmosphere. And as you guys are kind of dwelling on that, well, let's cut back over to our other side of our party. Serban, Lavore. You guys find yourself in the barracks. Your first duties rapidly approaching. What do you guys do from here?
Sorry, muted. All right. I think Serban, or not Serban. My name is Lavore. Lavore would take Serban and try and find. I mean, I'm sure this barracks is pretty crowded because he said it's got like 50 plus people, 50 plus guards. He would try and find like a quiet corner, well, as quiet of a corner as he could find. And, pull Serban over. All right, so we need a plan. We got 2 people in the kitchen. I mean, at the very least, I think we need to meet up with them and come up with some sort of game plan. But, I mean, all we really need is information, right? So if you guys can get me in to talk to her for a few minutes, I think I might be able to convince her in a arcane manner to tell us exactly what we need to know. Potentially, it's not a guarantee, but there's a decent chance that I can get her to tell us what we need to know without any sort of other leverage on our part. But on the chance that doesn't work, I think we do need a backup plan, some sort of incentive for her to tell us.
Well, we have courtyard duty, so think they're going to start letting some of them out for exercise. She might be amongst them.
Yeah.
I find it'd be a good time to, talk to her without her being in a cell and guards walking by every 5 seconds.
That's true. maybe we
As you guys are
stop
kind of
on the.
hush talking amongst yourselves, you got a couple of bunks that are near each other, so you're kind of just hushed chatting amongst yourself. Sir Brightlock walks up to you. Oh, what's up, fellas? You don't got a lot of time before your shift, and they're 12-hour shifts at a time. It's not gonna be a cakewalk. You'll be out there for a majority of the day, so I recommend getting food now. It's your last shot for 12 hours. I mean, you might be able to pick up a bit of something to sip on while you're out there, but duty calls, and yeah, you won't be making it back in before dinner, boys. Go get a good breakfast. I recommend it, and tighten up that armor a little bit. He kind of gives you guys a once over and adjusts your guys' armor a little bit so it's more properly fitting, more less foreign looking, more like proper uniform attire. It's like, all right, you guys are looking good. I'll get down to the chow hall, get you some food, and then go get on your duty. You ain't got long. Hurry up. That's an order. Move it.
Oh, I guess that takes care of that.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, we were just discussing about how hungry we were. Um, yeah, we'll go down there right now. I appreciate you. You seem to be a good leader here. Making sure everyone gets taken care of.
His eyes kind of narrow a little bit, but before he goes to say something, a pretty frustrated guard walks up to him. Fuck. Hey, sir, I got to get something off my chest. And he's like, okay, yeah, you guys carry on. And he kind of turns to this other guard who seems a bit frustrated, who goes on a long rant about some unruly and kind of shitty cooks of some kind. Apparently, there's a few that just aren't fitting in and seem to be kind of assholes. Think they're tougher than the guards, and somehow they just wandered through security. Nobody stopped them. You get this sense that this guy's pretty pissed off, and the Sir Brightlock, while he has been pretty pleasant to you, takes the information seriously and with stoically. It's like, fuck, I can't get out of this day without writing a report. And he stomps off up the stairs from where you guys are now.
Before he stumps off, would I have a 15 passive insight? Could I have gauged that could have potentially been my party members sneaking around?
Potentially. They didn't give any names or anything, just a couple of unruly cooks that are, managed to piss off a couple of guards, and looks like he's got to take some sort of action now that he's got a report in.
Could I have grabbed him before he left?
Sure, you kind of reach out and stop him. Yeah, what's up, rookie? I got things to do.
Um, Sorry, sir. I don't mean to be a bother, but I couldn't help but overhear the issues with these unruly cooks. Would you give me and my partner here, and he just kind of pulls Serban in, wraps his arm around his shoulders again and pulls him in close. Would you give me and my partner here a chance to prove our worth to you and let us take care of this situation for you? Gain your trust and maybe we scratch your back, you scratch ours. We'll help you out, and we get the good lunch shifts.
His arms fold and his eyes narrow, and he's like, what did you have in mind when you say deal with them? Give me a persuasion check.
Oh shit, that's a 19 on the die. Fucking the Vor's rolling good tonight. Persuasion, that's a 21.
Okay, so how do you respond? He wants to know what your plan is of dealing with them.
Oh man, think quick. Well, sir, maybe we take him out to the stables. I mean, we did happen to notice that they are quite empty. maybe we take him out to the stables, give him a little incentive to not mess anything up and cause any more trouble. Nothing permanent, but just a little physical incentive to do their jobs right.
Uh, he kind of looks over to you with a stern, like stoic look. And says, I don't like your tone. It's much too loud. You want to go shake him down and give him a good thumping for me? I'd appreciate it, but it's not necessary. I'm going to go write up a report for the warden right now, and we'll send a little update out to the guards not to take any shit from the cooks. And next time they catch them out and about, they're going to get the pommel of a sword and their ass tossed in a cell if they can't. They're here to do a job, and if they can't do that job and respect the security of this facility, well, they're going to be detained until the ship comes from them back for them here in about a month. Thanks, though. Appreciate your gumption. I never said to do anything officially. And he gives you a wink and then turns and runs up the stairs.
And Navor just nods and gives a nervous smile to Serban. Should we go?
Well, on the bright side is now we have an excuse to go talk to somewhere more quiet, such as the stables.
Yeah. Let's go pretty quick. And he's just gonna follow Serban's lead. As
Serban
always.
is going to grab the winter coat out first.
Lavore also follows his lead and grabs the winter coat. He's like, you know what? He's right. It's cold.
It is a very big pelt. Looks to be that of a large bear, but it does cover you guys thoroughly, and protect you guys against the cold. So where are you guys going from here?
Mess hall.
Okay, so you guys make your way down through this spiral staircase, back out of this like surveillance room where the guards are kind of watching, and out and towards the mess hall. Back through another security like hallway, and as you guys kind of make your way into this mess hall, not long after entering, you see this kind of lots of tables and lots of prison personnel in and around. There looks to be, as you enter, not only the other two members of your party kind of bickering back and forth, looks to be like speaking in hushed tones near a door in this area. There is several, looks to be off-duty guards, a couple of getting ready to go on duty guards, a couple of guards that look like they just got off of duty. There's a handful of off-duty cooks that are here. There's even like a couple of maybe clerical officials. You're not sure. There's like 2 or 3 people here eating breakfast who are dressed in very bougie kind of attire. And but you do kind of with this kind of like tavern like setting, the party does reconvene inconspicuously at this mess hall, and so now that you guys have reunited, what do you guys do from here? You guys find yourself at a nice little table. You've each got a bit of ale to drink and a bit of breakfast sat in front of you, and nobody's any the wiser. So what do you guys do from here?
After we sit down, Serban's going to look over at Jurgen. So, is that headband not working anymore? Because right about now, you just got a shit ton of eyes on you.
To be fair, Jurgen made an unwise decision, but wisdom is not my strong suit. Very smart, not very wise. However, my superior intellect has allowed me to come up with a better plan. So, we must feed the prisoners. It is part of the cook's job, and so I will be, or Elegast will be the cook, who delivers the food to our person of interest, in which we will barter the key in exchange for her freedom, and then all we need do is free her.
Well, we're about to go outside. She comes out during courtyard. We'll be able to have a conversation with, people of interest. And I'll take out the Ipecac and sneakily hand it over to Jurgen. If I give the code, if I say something about, oh, gruel, slip this into her food, and it might give us a way to get her closer to the docks.
Also, in case she doesn't want to escape and she just wants, further comfort inside these walls, maybe we put, um, you still have those cigars, right? Jurgen?
Yes.
Maybe,
Jurgen has 2 fancy cigars.
maybe would you be open to trading one or both of those cigars for information? Because you know, she might take that as some sort of payment. So maybe while Serban and I are out in the yard talking to her, we can in, uh, ensure her that she'll get some sort of, you know, comfort and luxury inside her cell if she does not want to leave in the form of these cigars.
This does not seem like a bad idea, and Jurgen would have a hard time bartering cigars inside of a cell because where will she smoke them? And he'll like palm you the 2 cigars under the table.
Yeah, Lavore will take him and just slide him into into his heavy uh, winter coat.
All right. So next step, somebody tries to get a conversation, find out what she wants, you know, whether a vacation elsewhere or comfort, creature comforts. And until then, act like you belong. You already got somebody higher up watching you. The other guards are going to be keeping eyes out. You don't want the head honcho coming down and kicking you out before we're ready.
Yeah, so Jurgen and Elagast, be on your toes or on your wingtips. Jurgen, I don't know. Is be on your toes the same for you?
I assume you have like meals on the table to be less conspicuous since we're in a mess hall. So
Oh,
when you're
Jurgen,
saying this,
the entire time.
Jurgen is just slowly like rising up out of his seat, and then he just grabs all of the food in front of you before you can eat it, and just starts bussing it with a smile on his face and like a death glare, and then he just flies off toward the back of the kitchen. He's just gonna act like a normal cook now.
The board's just gonna look at Servan and be like, "I was still hungry."
Shaban just takes a bite, says, "Well, sucks to be you," and go throw the rest of his food away.
Elagass will like after eating some will slide it over to Lavore. Just be careful. It's very salty.
Did you make it, Elagast? I mean, I'm still iffy about you. You're new. Did you make the salty food?
I'm on a stunning strike, Lavore.
Okay.
No,
Well,
I'm
for a
just,
guy,
I'm just
do it.
kidding. No, I
Or
did not make it. I actually got into a fight with the head chef because he said my cooking wasn't good enough, and he puts out this salty mess. But no, I did not make it. And you know what? I hand you food and you say you don't trust me, so no food for you. And I'll go and throw the rest in the trash.
Wait, no, damn it!
Now the second meal that's been bussed quickly away from from him. Uh,
The floor just pouts.
Jurgen, as you're kind of entering the kitchen, the who you know to be the head chef kind of starts snapping his fingers. Hey, you and the other rookie, the other new guy. You're runners today. I got a couple of people that came down a little sick. They had to bail. You're runners today. You're taking the meals with the guards down to the prisoners. You'll be escorted by guards. No fucking about. It's kind of a stretch of the legs. You're gonna you'll be taking care of our illustrious guests, if you will. So do it swiftly and mind your manners, mind the rules. Do what the guards tell you. No funny business. Get your friend. Let's go. The order's up. Let's move it.
Yes, chef. And he just like moves right on it.
Okay, so he provides you and Eligast with a small dining cart that you guys kind of both manage to push out of this kitchen, and waiting on the other side of the door are a couple of gruff-looking guards who flank you, one in front and one behind, and they walk you into the chamber just outside the surveillance room, and they stand on either side of the cart, and you guys begin taking trays of food over to the prisoners. You guys notice that the prisoners are kind of spaced out. It's like every other cell seems to contain a prisoner, sometimes two. And after doing like a brief head count, every time you come back, the guard gives you a command. It says, cell 2, prisoner 46. Prisoner 47 and prisoner 48 would be cell 3. And you guys are directed to individually drop off these trays. And while the one guard stands pretty alert around your the two carts you guys have pushed in, the other seems to be several feet away, probably in between you guys and the cart itself, as you guys are kind of running back and forth, kind of delivering these meals. And he's reading off of like a small parchment, who's going to what cell and where. And finally, he does manage to say, cell 24, prisoner 13. One meal to that cell, please. And I'm gonna roll dice real quick. Eligast. He says, "You, one meal. Take it over there."
I will go and grab the meal and kind of give a nervous look at Jurgen flight and start heading that way.
Okay, you make your way over to the cell where this dwarvish prisoner kind of looks back at you, and she just not really impressed. She stares at you briefly as you slide this tray into her cell. Oh, pick came out sideways. Whatever. And as you do so, do you say or do anything at this moment? You've got a brief moment to say or do something.
I will hand her the food and kind of whisper, hold on, give me a second. 2 seconds. Hold on.
Oh, wait, what did you say?
Hold on, because I'm a little nervous right now. I'm trying to think. I'll tell her, be ready to go. We're here to get you out for the key. And read her reaction.
Give me an insight check.
Insight is my shit. That is a 16 plus 6, 22.
She has like a calm, cool demeanor on the outside that usually throws a lot of people off, but you seem to crack the visage just a bit when you kind of say that and get her kind of reaction. She smiles politely, but shakes her head kind of no, and kind of chuckles a little bit, but she does not respond.
And I saw her say no.
She didn't say no, rather than she just kind of shook her head, at your words. She kind of half grinned and shook her head. Whether you could take that as a no, I guess.
And that's pretty much all the time I had, right?
Yeah. As you kind of make your way back to the guard, you guys continue kind of passing out meals. Is there anything you'd like to do before you are finished passing out some of these meals and head back to the kitchen?
Can I take a look at the middle surveillance area? Maybe take a look at the kind of security and presence in here, and mainly that surveillance area. And if I can, just like the what's the security presence in here?
Yeah, give me a perception check.
D&D Beyond fucking loves me right now. That's a natural 20 plus 6, 26.
Okay, so you know that there is like patrolling guards like every so often. It's sometimes it's every 20 minutes, sometimes it's as frequent as like every 5 minutes. Just kind of depends on what's going down, if it's close to shift change or not. But it looks like roughly every 20 minutes, a pair of guards circle the room, and aside from this pair of guards kind of circling the room, keeping watch, the central like room is filled with arrow slits that kind of look out upon all of these prison cells. And or well, I guess you wouldn't know. Your friends are the ones that went inside. But with that kind of a perception check, you can kind of see through these arrow slits that are looking outward towards the prison cells, and you for sure see armed guards keeping a vigilant watch on this area with the prisoners in it. By your estimation, there's probably 6 or 7 armed guards in the tower, looking out in random directions at any point in time.
And there's only one central tower with 6 or 7 guards.
Yeah, the central tower at this level, anyway, on the main floor. There's several arrow slits, but from what you can tell from the outside looking in, you're looking at 6, maybe 7 guards that are, in the central tower, looking outward over the prison cells.
Okay, I'll take a mental note of that and then get back to my handing out food duty.
All right, as you guys kind of finish your duty and get ready to head back to the kitchen, escorted by your lovely guards. Unless Jurgen has anything particular he wants to do, we're gonna cut back over to Lavore and Sorbonne.
Would I have passed by that cell at all while I was handing out food to the other cells?
Oh, absolutely, you would.
I think he would just, if he gets a chance to like say something under his breath as he passes her cell, he would try to. Just like literally as he's walking by, just something quick, not even looking at her.
And what would you say?
He would just like stage whisper, look for the gnome and the elf. And then just, oh, fuck, I switched voices. Oh, well. Look for the gnome and the elf. And he'll just like say it under his breath as he's walking past to kind of like tip her off.
Okay. She's like eating, some bread and a bit of eggs, while she kind of stares at you incredulously. But she seems to have heard you.
And I think that's it. I think we're going to rely on the recess.
All right. So, Lavore and Serban, you guys kind of finish up with breakfast at the hall. You guys have donned your bear cloaks for the outside wilds. Where do you go from the hall as you guys prepare yourselves to leave?
So we're leaving the barracks on tower level 1. That's kind of like
We're
where
leaving
we're.
the mess hall.
Oh no, we're
You guys are currently leaving the mess hall on the first floor.
and then heading
Northward to the courtyard, I'd say.
Yeah, I think it would be the most nonchalant route and just take the guard route on the exterior of the hexagon and just walk towards the courtyard.
Okay, as you guys do so, you notice there are several other guards kind of stacked around the door, wearing similar garb, these large bear-like pelts around themselves, and they just seem to kind of be waiting. And you guys don't wait very long as you guys kind of post up in this area. A couple of armed guards do escort some shackled prisoners through, and probably 5, maybe 6 prisoners total come all shackled together, and he kind of just passes them off to your crew or your sector. And as you guys kind of open these big iron doors and march outward, you guys notice that the some of these prisoners have like a similar garb, not quite as fancy as your guys's, but it's like a white furry material of some kind, and they let them out into the yard, essentially. So this courtyard is paved with flagstones, which are covered with drifting snow. And when the weather allows, the prisoners are brought here either individually or in small groups for fresh air and exercise. They are watched closely by guards on the ground as well as guards on this corner tower, and you guys kind of see the guards kind of spread out, kind of up along the walls, just keeping a vigilant watch on these inmates. And as they all come out, they are all unleashed from this master chain and let out into the yard. However, while in this yard, they do remain manacled, both hands and feet together. So they can't move a whole lot, but they do kind of spread out and do some stretches. Some of them begin working out. Others kind of plop down in the snow. And they just kind of go about their exercising. So, what do you two do here at this point?
Oh shit! I think the Vor would probably look around. Or sorry, what were you saying?
I was just going to say, kind kind of take a look, see how the guards are interacting, if any conversation with prisoners would be picked up on, or if you'd be able to do it pretty stealthily.
Go ahead. You can give me either a perception or an insight check. Your call.
Yeah, it's fuck all either way. Investigation's my jam. Nope, I ain't noticed shit. A 2 + 1.
You don't see a lot of interaction going on between the guards and the prisoners.
The war would have just been looking for prisoner 13 as they walked out.
Okay. Give me a perception check real quick.
Oh, that's not good. It's only an 11.
You don't see any dwarves in this particular batch of people, and after roughly an hour or so, the biting cold is still there, still present. A bit of a wind, a bit of snow, but like a bell rings, and the inmates make their way back to this master chain, are chained up, and you and all of these other guards alongside these inmates march inside briefly, and you have a few moments here with all of your other guards that are kind of warm up, and some of you guys are a little frosty, kind of dripping in this warm hallway. And it's only a few moments before another small chain of individuals comes up and makes their way back out into this field, and you guys kind of return to the courtyard and pull a bit of a watch on the inmates as they kind of go about exercising and walking in place, exercising and moving about as much as they can, considering their hands and feet are still manacled.
All right. Do we notice if prisoner 13 came out?
Go ahead and give me another perception check.
Both of us, or the world
You both can make your own, or one can aid the other.
I'll aid you.
All right. That's a 17 for a dirty 20 on the first roll, and an 8 for 11. So dirty 20.
With a dirty 20, you notice, as far as interaction with the guards goes, it seems that there's not a lot of interaction between the guards and the prisoners, unless the guards are like giving them a command. Knock that off, or stand here, inmate. You hear a lot of that, but essentially there's no like banter going on. But you do clock a red-haired dwarven woman who is sitting, kind of like in almost like a meditation stance, and her eyes are closed, and she seems to be occasionally like tapping and rubbing her arm. She'll like give it she has two fingers extended with her eyes closed, and she'll give her wrist on one arm a double tap, and she'll hold the pose for a bit, and eventually she'll give her left shoulder a double tap, and she just kind of seems to be like meditating as she double taps her way around her arms and hands and things. You notice she appears to be like tapping her tattoos. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
I am on fire tonight. Oh, well, 17 minus 1. That's a 16.
You barely got it
He's
in there,
older.
but you can tell from the way she's like sitting and how she's doing this. You've heard of stuff like this before, but it would appear that one or more of her tattoos seems to carry a magical property, and it doesn't seem like the guards are aware. It looks like she is doing some sort of subtle magic in the courtyard right now.
I'm gonna kind of just nudge Serban. Yeah, um, found our target, and she's doing some sort of weird arcane shit with her tattoos. I think maybe we should go try and have a quick conversation. We're getting low on time. I think we gotta might be getting close to the point where we gotta pull out all the stops and just maybe pull out some crazy shit and find her info and get the fuck out. But do you think we should go talk to her?
Well, yeah, you got to talk to her, find out what her plans are. I don't want to be fighting through guards trying to give her wings to fly, only for her to want to stay in a cage.
All right, sounds good. All right, let's go walk over. And he's just gonna kind of, again, just because he knows Serban hates it, put his arm around his shoulder and start leading the way. Um, I'm going to also, yeah. Once I get within 30 feet of her, I'm going to cast. Uh, Charm Person.
Ooh, very nice. And Charm Person is VSM as well.
It is just verbal and somatic. So I will try and sleight of hand that to try and do it sneakily so the other guards don't see me do it.
Okay, I mean, they're all spread out pretty good. They're all surveilling the area as you kind of semi approach this person. Go ahead and give me the sleight of hand.
Alrighty. I should have cast fucking guidance on myself first. Oh, they're both concentration. Well, no, Charm Person is concentration. Okay, well, I fucked up. Uh, that's not bad. It's a 12 sleight of hand.
Lucky that they're not looking for anything in particular. As you get the spell off, tell me how you manifest the magic.
All right, so he's got his uh, right arm around Serban's shoulders, kind of just pretend having a conversation with him, like just chuckling and laughing. Um, and he slaps Serban's chest, and then he kind of like slaps his own chest um, to the holy symbol of the. I actually didn't go that in depth with Lavor's backstory, so I don't really have a deity picked out. But whichever god of trickery, he will have the holy symbol kind of on a chain
Loki.
around his neck. Yeah, you know what? That's it. That's the answer. Loki. He's got like a holy symbol of Loki around his chest, but underneath his guard armor. But he still kind of like taps his chest, like pretending to laugh heartily, as he kind of like channels into that divine um, power, and just this green glow just kind of pulses out from his chest, kind of goes to his shoulders, just kind of subtly, just really quick. Um, and then he just kind of like quickly extends a pointer finger towards the target before kind of bringing his hand back towards himself and Serban as just like this little kind of flittering green essence just kind of floats towards her and just kind of like like soft like little fairy dust just kind of on her face and charms her.
As it does so, she goes from like this kind of meditated stance. One eye opens. It shoots over to you. The other eye opens. She cocks her head curiously, eyes you and and Serban, and you see her reveal her hand to you, like the back of her hand. She opens it up, and there's a bunch of tattoos on her hand. She rubs one knuckle. You notice a tattoo of some kind of rune or arcane design. You're not sure, you can't see from this distance, but as she locks eyes with you and begins casually rubbing her knuckle, you hear a female dwarvish voice in your head, and she kind of calls out to you like, well, nice try there, dummy, but I've got protection from that kind of stuff. And as she says that in your mind, she turns her face to the side, and you see a large tattoo on the side of her face that just like shimmers in the light, just right, just briefly for a second. And then she kind of looks back to you and says, so, had a bit of a warning that you guys were coming. Told to look out for, a gnome, an elf. What exactly is the plan? We can talk back and forth like this for a few minutes, but if you approach and actually have a conversation with me, it will probably arouse the suspicion of the guards. She kind of locks eyes with you, staring like intently. She did not fall for your charm person spell. However, she did manage to initiate telepathic communication with you.
Yeah, I had a feeling when he didn't even ask for the DC that she was gonna succeed. So, Lavore, as he kind of hears that, as that conversation, as he's walking um, towards her, he's just gonna kind of naturally just steer Serban away from her and just answer back. And is it just kind of like wandering around, like they're just doing their normal rounds. He just has his arm around his shoulder, but and he's gonna whisper to Serban, "Just play along." And then he's gonna answer back in his head, "Okay, we have a plan. If you want to get out, we'll figure out how to get you out of here. But if you want to stay here, we can figure out a way to increase your comfort. But we need some information on the key. We need the key, and that's it. We need the key."
She says back to you, as flattered as I am that you care, I'm afraid I must decline. I'm fine where I am, thanks. Plenty comfortable and all.
Do I get the sense that I can still respond?
This telepathic communication can go back and forth for about 10 minutes, so you guys can have a brief conversation at this moment.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was like ascending spell or something like that. Okay. So I just continue circling around the yard with Serban, and like I might take my arm off his shoulder at some point and just kind of like walk normally and just kind of whisper to him again, just keep playing along, just keep walking. Um, and then think back to her. So there is absolutely nothing that you want right now. Nothing that can make your life a little bit easier or a little bit more enjoyable. You're perfectly content here, sitting in your cell, getting an hour or 2 or 3 of sunlight a day, some decent meals with, let's be honest, they have way too much salt. Like, there's nothing I can do to make your life a little bit better, and all I need in return is the key. And you don't want to leave here anyway. So what's that key going to do for you if you're not going to leave this prison? I make your life better, you make my life better.
Well, you assume much thinking that I can't get out of this prison by myself. Secondly, I might be able to be persuaded. You're right that the key is not currently any use to me at this point. But it's a hefty sum. I'm not going to give that out lightly. I want something in return. I want something in trade. Something you could maybe do for me. Something a guard of the prison might be able to do for me.
Yeah, so he keeps on walking, and just pats Serban on the shoulder again. And he takes a deep breath. Oh, Corda, I've seen you. I have no doubt in my mind that you cannot get out of this prison on your own without my help or any one of my friends' help. But that doesn't mean I don't have, as you've said, that doesn't mean I don't have something to offer. You want something. How can me and my friends get that something for you? And you can give us what we need.
Well, let me ask, what's in it for you? You've found the safe then? You've found the vault? You know those dwarves will kill you for that fortune, right? Like, there's no way you're gonna walk into it without counting them in. I mean, you'd be a dead man. Seriously. Are you sure you want to do something crazy like this?
Oh, we are fully aware uh, that the dwarves that hired us are more than likely going to either, at the very least, go back on their offer, go back on their word, and not give us any money, and at the very worst, try and kill us. But we're a very hardy group. We're a substantial group of people. You know, we've gone through much worse than and I mean no offense by this because you are an exception, but we're a little bit hardier than a couple dwarves. The group of us together, I mean. You know, we can handle ourselves.
Well, you told me a lot when you said the words, the dwarves that hired me. I don't know how I feel about you anymore. Maybe I don't want your help.
Let me be clear. The dwarves that hired you were the same dwarves that hired me. I'm pretty sure they're gonna double cross us. So I have no loyalty to them. They offer to pay us money to get the key. I'm just here to get the key. I have no loyalty to them whatsoever. So I'm here to give you whatever you want in order to get what I want. It has nothing to do with them. because I can just as easily, if they don't want to pay me, I'm going to turn around with my group, my friends, who are very substantial and have very sharp weapons. And we're going to fuck over the people if they decide to fuck over us. I have no loyalties in any of this situation. My loyalty is to myself and my friends.
As you're kind of like walking around the yard, and she's continuing to make like pretty intense eye contact with you, and as you kind of say that, she kind of cracks a smile, and she kind of laughs out loud to herself, which makes her look like an even crazier person than she already kind of does, and it doesn't draw any attention or anything, but she does come back at you with, "All right then, you think you're worthy. I'm not. I'll let you in on something. I'm not an informant. I am the informant. I run the biggest organized crime syndicate in the land. It's me. I'm the top. And I do it from here in the prison. Because, weirdly enough, incarcerated, many of my enemies cannot strike at me, and I live quite comfortably here. But there is something I want. There's something I need. There are prisoner profiles in the warden's office. This information could be potentially leaked to a few members of my guild, and would be greatly beneficial to me and many of those around me. So, you give me that information outside of my cell. My tattoos do not work inside. It has to be outside of my cell somewhere. You get me that information outside of my cell. Give me 20 minutes to relay through my arcane markings to my team what the information says, and I'll give you the key.
Okay. Alright, so I just need to get into the warden's office, get this information, and give it to you, and then you'll give me the key.
I need it, and I need it outside my cell for at least 20
Yes.
minutes.
Do you have yard time tomorrow?
Unfortunately, yes.
So I have until tomorrow at this time to get you that information. Do you have the key on you? Or is it a spoken word kind of key? Like not a physical key? Is it a metaphorical key? What is this key? Give me a little information on that. You can at least give me that.
She shows you her arm.
Do I have to take your is your arm the key? Do I have to rip your arm off? I'm a little confused.
After like briefly showing you her arm, she covers it back up. She says the tribal markings and incantations and things that cover this vault, this safe. The tattoo on my arm is not only the combination to the dials, but the proper code to enter into these runes to open the safe. I will make sure that you get to see this tattoo again and maybe copy it down and take it back to where you need to go. But the key stays with me forever and always. I'm the only one that can get into that safe. Without my right hand, nobody can.
All right. Well, I will be back here tomorrow at yard time with the information you need. Just one more time. Repeat what you need, just so I don't forget. Cause I'm just I gotta just scatterbrain. I just want to make sure I get it so I can repeat it to my friends correctly because they're the smart ones in this group. I'm just the talker.
In the warden's office, there are transfer orders and ledgers documenting names, crimes, sentences, and commutations of every prisoner who has ever been incarcerated at Revel's End. The records include death certificates for prisoners who died while incarcerated. The cause of death is always written like natural, accidental, unnatural, with little to no details. But it is this information that I need to pass on to my guildmates. It is invaluable, and I will give you the key if you can pull this off. But these files and things are typically locked in the warden's office.
Okay. All right. Well, I will stay low, don't get any trouble, and be back here at yard time tomorrow. And I'll have that information for you.
She nods and breaks the psychic link.
And then Sir Bond is just gonna. I feel like he's been kind of like measuring his pace, so he gets back to the entrance or the entrance slash exit of the yard at the same time. So he's gonna kind of like lead Sir Bond back out into the corridor. Or how long has it been? 'Cause how long are we supposed? How long are we supposed to be in the yard? On
Okay,
this
yeah.
ending?
So kind of for the sake of brevity, we'll say that both the split party teams have like a lot to do to kind of uphold the ruse. You guys, unfortunately, after they take these next 4 or 5 inmates in, they bring 4 or 5 more out, and giving them half an hour to an hour a day. It literally takes 12 hours of you guys being out in the cold, mostly stomping around in the snow, kind of keeping an eye on prisoners. Nothing really crazy happens. The guards quickly break up what could have potentially been a fist fight, but for the most part, it's uneventful. And then, Eligast and Jurgen, you guys find yourself kind of the bottom rung of the ladder of this kitchen. You seem to be getting a lot of grunt work. Looks like, dirty dishes galore pile up, and you guys are the scrubbing them down. It's you guys that they turn to when they spill something or drop something on the ground. You guys are doing a lot of dish and floor duty for most of the day, and it's like intense. You've probably cleaned the same giant pans and pots and floors, a dozen times over that day. From spilled flour to spilled eggs to melted cheese and gravy and things like. You guys all have like a thorough, 12-hour workday, and when everything kind of winds down, you guys kind of get more into like you guys are off your shift rather, and we'll say for the sake of brevity that you all meet up at this evening at the mess hall, and so the party once again reconvenes after a good day of labor, and you guys find yourself once again at your own little private table here in the mess hall. So what do you guys do from here?
I think Lavore probably would have started off kind of like looking around, make sure nobody was around as everyone sat down to, or at least not. I mean, I'm sure there's people around, but like kind of like nobody was super close, like paying attention to them before he started just relaying all the information. Like, all right, guys, she has the key. It's on her, like physically, literally on her. It's one of her tattoos. We're gonna be able to copy it down, and she's gonna let us have that information. But in order to do that, we have to sort of um, stage whispering right now to the group. We have to sneak into the warden's office and get information on prisoners who have been recorded as dying or passing away from natural causes, unnatural causes, all sorts of shit. She just wants information on all the prisoners that have died within this prison underneath this warden's watch. For some reason, this is information she wants to relay to her superiors or friends or whatever. I don't know if she's a part of some sort of organization, but she just wants this information. And apparently, all the files are in the warden's office. So she said if we can get that information to her, she can relay that information to her friends outside the prison. She would give us the key, but it has to be done outside of her cell. That's kind of the catch 22 because she has to use her arcane arts to get it to her friends. So we got a little bit more work ahead of us.
Sean, do you think there'd be an honest way to get this next stuff done in the next hour without some lucky rolls?
I mean, it's gonna come down to some dice rolls, but yeah, I mean, pass or fail. You guys could potentially pull this off. It seems like the last 45 minutes of the heists are usually the fastest part.
All right, because I know we're trying to watch the time, so caper and a caper. All right, so we got to get information on this warden, figure out how to break into her office, get this material. I'm saying feed her the Ipecac, which could get her to the hospital, where we can maybe guard her there. That could give her the 20 minutes. And we just walk out the door.
That is one problem though. The quickest way off of this rock is the ship that only comes like what, like once a month?
Well, we have the light to get our own ride.
You know, we really need to get you one of these headbands. We've said it multiple times tonight, but like, we found the note. It said we shine the light. They come, they extract us. So what we need to do is basically find a way to sneak into Warden's office. Sean, since we were working the kitchen like on a 12-hour shift, would we have been able to notice like about what time the warden comes down to eat? Because literally everybody except the prisoners has to eat in the mess hall.
Funny that you say that. Like, as you guys are having this conversation, this warden, Martha Marthanis, a human mage-looking individual. She's got spectacles, her hair pulled back. She's got a robe on and a belt full of baubles and trinkets and things, and she's very quite official-looking. She enters the room and goes and has a seat with a couple of other bougie-looking individuals.
So she's down here right now. Should we go take a look?
Jurgen cannot roam the halls as he is a simple cook, but perhaps two guards would be able to make their way up there.
What do you think there, Lavore? Should we do something stupid?
Yeah, let's do something stupid. Maybe we can get some information. Worst case scenario, we just all get the fuck out of here and find a new job.
Yep, so we'll stand up and make our way towards the warden's office.
Okay, yeah, you guys make your way kind of up the stairs, kind of back towards where the barracks was, where you guys were kind of hanging out, and then you guys continue on upward to the next level. And yeah, as you do, you kind of come into what it's labeled above the doorways, the Hall of Absolution. As you kind of walk into this room, you're roughly, at this point, you've come way up the tower. Like, you're roughly 120 feet above the prison roof at this point, and this spiral staircase connects the room, to the other levels. But here in this Hall of Absolution, a long, slightly curved table with 11 chairs takes up much of the room. The middle chair has no special adornments, while the others seem to have like banners hanging over their high backs. Each one kind of emblazoned with different crests and things. This is kind of like where the council meetings to decide a prisoner's fate kind of take place. You make your way through this little area up into the warden's office, a little door kind of off of this area. And as you kind of make your way up to this door, how do you proceed from here?
If I see nobody else, I'd like to investigate the door.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
– 19.
It is very much locked, but not trapped.
All right. Try the key card first.
You hear a loud click, and the door gently swings open.
All right, in quickly. And I yank Lavore through the door.
As you guys kind of make your way into this little chambers here, sorry, yeah, there is like a desk, a fireplace. It looks like there is a like small bar. There's some like lavish rugs thrown on the ground. There's like a small reading nook set up. Like it is kind of like a pretty lavish quarters. Also in this room, as you notice, there seems to be a large chest with a padlock, keeping it shut.
I'd like to go check the chest. Check it for traps and all that stuff, and then if there are none, pick the lock.
Okay, give me, for the sake of brevity, we'll say you definitely do an investigation check. Not trapped, definitely locked. And go ahead and give me a dexterity check, I guess. You could add proficiency if you have something like thieves' tools or something.
I have these tools. Another 19.
A 19. Unfortunately, it is just shy. This lock is like pretty fucking fancy. It's like trimmed and embroidered. It's got different metals in it, golds and silver, weird little markings and whatnot. But you couldn't quite manage to pick this lock.
Damn. Do we see like any desks or anything?
Yeah, she has a wooden, like kind of like a mahogany desk, and behind it sits like a tall leather-backed chair, and it's got several drawers in it.
I'll go check the desk then. Maybe she left a key in there.
Yeah, Lavore's gonna have him check the desk as well.
Okay, you can both give me investigation checks, or one of you can aid the other.
I'll aid you.
I have a +7 to investigation, so
Yeah, I'm gonna aid you.
21.
As you're kind of rifling through some of these cabinets and things, you do open one of these drawers and find a large, like it is full of files. Like it is just like it's a copious amount of files here. As you kind of
I think
sift
this is it.
Have you kind of sift through them? It looks like a lot of them are like there's a lot of like ledgers here of like financial transactions for the prison and things. So with that kind of investigation check, you do kind of isolate down like the parcels that you need that are more information about the prisoners based, and so you do have, it's a decent stack of paperwork, but it's not something too unmanageable. But I mean, you're looking at like, you have the equivalent of 4, maybe 5 magazines worth of paper in your hand at this point.
All right. I'm going to tuck it into my clothes, and then I'm going to cast Disguise Self, so I look exactly the same, but with no bulging.
Clever. Okay.
All right, let's get the hell out of here.
Following you.
And as you guys make your way
There's a mop up
out of the room, what do you guys want to do from here? You guys kind of make your way back down the tower, kind of through the barracks. There's a bunch of guards there kind of chilling, doing their thing, all off duty. Where do you guys want to go from here? What's the plan now?
As we're walking out, I'm gonna tell Lavore, "Hey, go tell Jurgen, Gruel," and I'll make my way to kind of by her cage in case they feed him again, and I can escort.
Tell Jurgen what? Yeah.
Gruel.
Oh,
That's
gruel.
supposed to be the
Okay.
code word that he
Yeah,
gives
yeah,
her,
yeah.
the Ipecac.
I thought you said drool, as in like spit on yourself. Okay. No, yeah, girl. That makes sense. Code word. Got it. He's gonna just kind of jaunter on down to the kitchen area, try and find Jurgen and Aragast.
Okay, as you kind of make your way into the kitchen, immediately upon entering, the head chef's like, "Hey, you get out of here! You do not work for me! You leave! You go to mess hall! You stay out of kitchen!"
Excuse me, but I have an urgent message from the mainland for a certain Aragast and Jurgen. If I don't deliver this, my boss is going to tear me a new one, and then it's gonna be bad for everyone.
Go ahead and give me a deception check.
No. Okay, deception, that is a 13 on the die for a 15.
All right, you make it fast. Get out of my kitchen. We serve soldiers outside, not inside. You're dirty. Go.
I'm dirty. You've got pasta sauce all over. You know what? I cannot deal with this. And then he's just gonna start walking. Don't even know if he sees Jurgen and Eligast yet, but he just starts walking through the kitchen.
You walk through the kitchen, and they had done a 12-hour day. They might be still hanging around, like fixing things up, cleaning up a bit, but for the most part they're off. You might find them in the mess hall having a drink, or in their private quarters. There is like a small cook's quarters. It's humble. It's a bed, a cot, and like a small trunk to place your things, but you do have like a small private area.
He's gonna go straight through to the mess hall and just burst the door open and just be like, and just shout, "Gruel!" And then look around to see if he sees his friends.
Did we hear that?
Would you be in the mess hall or in your private quarters? You don't have a lot of options at the moment.
I mean, I would imagine he would have hung around in the mess hall because if the warden was there and they went to go check her office, he would have been on lookout. Because if she was leaving, he would need to distract her to slow her down.
Okay, yeah. I mean, she's having it looks like a moment. She for someone who's very elegant, she belches loudly and has a very gruff, man-like voice, and demands ale and meat regularly with like a veracity. Like it's kind of unsettling for someone so like looking slim, slender, and prim and proper. You know, it's a little off-settling. But yeah, you do hear him proclaim this.
Just for flavor, Lavore would have used thaumaturgy to make your voice boom up to 3 times as loud. So I from the language of the spell, it says you can boom it up to 3 times as loud. I feel like he would have boomed it up to twice as loud. Not the full capacity of 3 times, but just a little bit louder. So his shout is for sure heard as he just bursts into the mess hall, yells gruel, and then maybe just kind of looks around awkwardly and then walks over and tries to find some ale.
And then you just hear out from a distance, "Yes, chef."
And you know, you catch a few stares from like the warden, and she's kind of curious. And she shrugs it off and goes back to like just housing food and pounding ale. All right, yeah. So for the sake of brevity, you guys, eventually the night comes. It looks like you guys are gonna have to maneuver a bit in the morning. But is there anything you guys need to do before you rest for the day?
Jurgen is going to take an empty vial and split the ipecac into 2 containers and give one to Elagast. And explain to him that we were given the code word, which means that we need to put that in Prisoner 13's food tomorrow.
Okay, yeah.
The other guys will nod and slide a hand, try to hide that. Or not slide a hand, but to try to hide it on their somewhere in the outfit.
Easily done. You can, it's got many pockets and things. So, for the sake of brevity, we'll say everybody, sleep comes to them. And you guys kind of awake to the next day to similar duties and expectations. You know, like the 2 dressed as guards. You know, they're expecting you to don your cloaks and be out on the yard. And once again, the low man on the totem pole becomes the runner. So it'll be you guys, dropping off the food and whatnot to the different cellmates. And so after you guys kind of get on your way, the guards, those dressed as guards, kind of make their way outside after a bit of breakfast. And same with the cooks. After a bit of breakfast, you guys actually begin delivering the prisoners of food. So as you guys kind of shuffle back and forth, and the guards are kind of reading off the list, cell 12, prisoner 19 and 20, 2 meals to cell 12, He kind of keeps reading it off, and you guys are just kind of taking this food off of the tray. Eventually, it does come to the point where you are going to prisoner 13's cell, and let me roll a dice here. Jurgen, he points to you. You, one meal, that cell. Yo, prisoner 13 over there. Thanks. Logan nods and kind of goes back to what he's doing.
Yes, sir. And he'll like kind of look at Elagast as he's getting set up, and he'll just nod at him and kind of squint a little bit. And then as he makes his way over, once he gets close to the cell, he's gonna like pour the ipecac into the food a little bit, and then he'll save a slight amount in his bottle. And then when he gets to the cell, he'll just be like, "You're going to have to trust me, but we have what you need. But we must get you to the infirmary." And then he winks and he drinks the rest of the bottle and returns back to the cart and just waits for it to take effect.
Okay, give me. I'll give your call. Either give me a stealth or a sleight of hand check to pull this off.
Sorry, I was muted. That was a 3 for a 5. Because
Oh, no.
why would this ever work out in my favor?
So you managed to kind of, get it on to the food, and prisoner 13 for sure notices. And as the guard kind of looks over and cocks his head, he doesn't necessarily catch you putting something in the food, but he does catch you turning and grabbing a drink out of what is left in the jar. And he stomps over to you and kind of, he's not quick enough to stop you from drinking it, but kind of grabs you by the hand and says, "What are you doing? You don't get to sample from their tray. Is that liquor? Are you literally drinking on the job, under guard? What in the hell are you doing?"
Sir, you must understand. There has been a terrible illness going around in the kitchen, and it has caused great discomfort. And that was a home remedy that is supposed to coat my stomach, because I have been puking all day, and it's coming out of both ends. And it was medicine to help me hopefully not puke, so that I can get through my shift. And he's just gonna like pretend to be ill, knowing that he is about to be very ill.
Okay, I'll let you give me your call. You can go with persuasion, deception, or performance.
It's a +2 either way. All right, a 5 for a 7. So really, at this point, I'm relying on this performance just buying me time until I start puking my guts out from the ipecac that I just chugged.
And yeah, I mean, it doesn't take long, but this guard is just like dumbfounded. Like, he just kind of stares at you and he's like, "God, what kind of fucking hell?" They just were fucking bitching about some crazy ass some crazy ass cooks. Were you? You were the problem yesterday too, weren't you? Like, I think they specifically said look out for like a short cook. Like, you are probably, it's either got to be you or one of the halflings, And you're kind of, and as he's kind of chewing into you, you just full on blast vomit everywhere, and he just kind of steps back. What the fuck? God damn it! I'm absolutely reporting this. You're not you go to the infirmary, and when you get out, you come to the guardhouse.
I'm aiming it at him. Like, if I'm puking, I want to puke all over him so that he has to go clean up first. It'll buy us time.
Okay, yeah, you managed to like projectile vomit all over him, and as you like retch and things, you hear from behind you, Elegas, you'd be at a good view to see. Looks like prisoner 13 is also vomiting violently. The guards kind of quickly take command of the situation. All right, fuck that. We'll finish off breakfast in a minute. Get these carts out of here. One of them turns to you, Elegas. Take them both back to the kitchen now. And they grab the two guards there are replaced quickly by like two patrolling guards, and these two guards escort Renwick. I mean, sorry, Jurgen out of the room and down towards this the infirmary, and shortly behind that. There is also, medical personnel looks like comes over and peers into the cell, and it does not take long before a couple more guards show up and then escort prisoner 13 in hand and foot manacles down towards the infirmary area as well. That being said, Eligast, you kind of make your way back to the kitchen with these carts, and you're kind of at an impasse here.
I think I'm gonna follow Jurgen's lead and drink some of the Ipecac to try to get sent to the same place as them.
Oh yeah, and before long, you are also vomiting violently, and the head chef is just kind of like looks down on you and scowls. Like good help. It's so hard to find. Clean yourself up. Get to the infirmary, and take a good day off. We don't need you spreading this shit to the whole damn prison. Move it. I don't want to see you in this kitchen for at least 24 hours. Go.
Yes, chef. And then I'll head to the infirmary.
All right. And with that, you guys kind of make your way to the infirmary. This chamber contains a dozen like simple beds. Cabinets along the north wall look to hold some medical supplies. It looks like Jurgen and prisoner 13 are the only people in here at the moment, aside from some sort of medical personnel who seems to be giving them both a good dose of antitoxin as they both kind of like just lay in their own cot. And as she goes about this, she kind of turns to you and helps you into your a nearby cot, and sets you up with a shot of antitoxin as well. She's like, "Well, it'll just take a bit of time. Give it an hour or two. You guys will be right as rain." And she kind of goes about fiddling with things in the cabinet and putting stuff away. She's goes to the door, and with the door like halfway open, kind of talks to the guard a bit, casually chatting him up. The dwarf woman kind of turns to you guys, prisoner 13. She says, "So, got something for me or what?"
We have something for you. We're just waiting for it to arrive.
Okay, we'll cut over to Sorbonne and Lavore. You guys are kind of in this situation where you're watching and waiting for prisoner 13 to kind of hit the yard, and after a few rounds, still nothing. She still hasn't come out to get any exercise in the yard yet today, which is unusual. You swore she was like one of the first groups usually, so weird. But you guys kind of are holding guard in this outer kind of courtyard area. It's icy as you guys are, donning your bear cloaks. What do you guys do from here?
Well, the plan was for us to hopefully have been inside when she got sick, but assuming that they followed plan, Serban would have made an excuse about not feeling quite right and just wants to go get some Tylenol from the nursing station during one of the downtimes.
Okay, yeah, give me your call, persuasion or deception check.
Ooh, 19.
The leader of this like squad of guards, yeah, something's been going around. Got news of some funky shit going on around here. Be quick about it and take your buddy with you. Don't be walking the halls alone. Be quick though.
Yes, sir.
I expect you back here in like 10 or less.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling a little down myself. I think
He
I'm
already
gonna
said
go.
to go, just walk.
You don't have to be so
He,
rude.
he looks at you curiously, but shakes it off. So you guys also kind of make your way to like this little hospital area. This chamber containing dozens of simple beds and cabinets on the north wall with some medical supplies. As you guys kind of make your way in, a guard and a nurse or like a medical professional were chatting it up, and as you guys kind of approach, the guard takes his leave, and the lady kind of turns to you guys and seems like concerned. What's your ailment? What can I help you with?
Yeah, I just I don't know. I have really bad IBS and just a little bubbly gut,
She's like, oh, okay, yeah, and she kind of guides you over to like your own little stool or your own little like little cot, and then brings you some whatever the fancy equivalent is of like Pepto Bismol or something, and kind of gives you a dose and recommends you sit that out for a bit, and then she turns to Lavore. And you, something similar?
Uh, yes, my stomach is feeling quite awful. I could throw up on you at any moment.
Oh,
Oh
please,
god.
please don't. And she kind of, after already seeing, Prisoner 13, Jurgen, and Elegas covered in profusely vomiting, she doesn't take a chance. She takes you straight over to the, cot, and then hooks you up with a dose of antitoxin. And she's like thoroughly worried. She's like, wow, that is a lot of random like profuse vomiting. There must be something in the food. Like we're gonna have to fire that head chef. I'm gonna go put in a report with the warden. When we get stuff like this, we got to be extra careful about plagues and things. I'm gonna lock the door, you guys. There is a pair of guards on their way. They will be standing on the outside of this door. Don't do anything funny. All my cabinets and things are locked. I'll be back in 5 minutes. That's all you get. And she locks the door behind her and walks down the hallway. You guys are currently alone in a room with Prisoner 13.
The moment she leaves, Lavore is going to pull out from a pouch on his hip what looks like a burnt leaf of mistletoe and like a little sprig, and kind of like smash it in his hands, and then like kind of like a brief cloud of smoke emanates around him, and it's gonna cast pass without a trace. So for the next hour, uh, everyone within I think it's what is
30 feet.
yeah, like 30 feet of me. Yeah, 30 feet. Everyone within 30 feet of me gets a plus 10 to stealth. And then he's gonna be like, all right, we gotta talk fast.
What do you got for me? What do you got for me? She kind of pops up. She's looking to frantically to the lot of you.
While they're doing this, Jurgen would barricade the door. Since she said 5 minutes and we need 20, he's gonna stack as much like heavy furniture as he can.
Okay, yeah.
Pass off the paperwork.
You go about barricading the door. You pass off the paperwork. She immediately like rolls up her sleeves, and as she's flipping through the paperwork, it looks like she's looking for something in particular. And when she does find it, she reads it like ravenously, and then like, while sitting on the ground, she taps a tattoo a certain angle. She taps it another and another, and it's like she's like sending out messages like psychically through the cosmos. You get like a pretty good vibe of what she's doing and how she's managed to like kind of hide her abilities from the guards for so long. And as she's ravenously going through this paperwork and things, she is kind of taking the information she can use. Are you guys doing anything particular as she's just kind of basically in a trance of getting this information and sending it out?
I'm using disguise self to copy the tattoo.
Okay, yeah. She, you managed to take a look at it. There is actually a DC that comes along with mimicking magical tattoos. So go ahead and give me, we'll say, an intelligence check with proficiency. Well, you could a raw intelligence check with proficiency or an Arcana check. Either will work.
And it's the same thing.
That's what I thought.
Can I
23.
see that he's trying to investigate, and keep an eye on her tattoo and walk up behind him and tap him on the shoulder and give him guidance?
Sure, you can. I don't think you need it. He hit like a 23, I believe. Yeah, you mimic it perfectly. It takes no time at all. And
Actually,
so
she's
what
really good.
what do you guys do from here? You guys notice the door gets tried. It sounds like the pass card maybe disengaged the lock, and as she kind of goes to open it, it doesn't open. You hear her curse on the outside, shit, and then you hear like the clacking of her shoes as she walks down the hallway, probably to fetch someone to help her open the door. So you guys have a brief moment. What do you guys do from here?
Push everything and dip.
Can I?
Jurgen takes all of the stuff out of the bag and gives everybody their equipment.
Yeah, Lavore will take a shield. Is there like a crack in the door? Is it a very tight seal, or is there like a crack where I can see into the hallway?
It's like a solid iron door. There's like no cracks or panels or anything. It's meant to be a defensible door since it's in a prison.
Gotcha. Fair enough. I'm going to um I'm gonna hold my action. Actually, no, it's a bonus action. Can I hold? Yeah, it's whatever. Can I hold my action to use my channel divinity, invoke duplicity the moment someone opens the door, and just I want to the moment someone opens the door, just invoke duplicity and have my duplicate run out the door screaming bloody murder. So invoke duplicity is as an action, or no, as a bonus action, I can create a perfect illusion of yourself that lasts for 1 minute or until you lose your concentration. The illusion appears in an unoccupied space that you can see within 30 feet of you. As a bonus action, blah blah blah. You can move the illusion. Must remain within 120 of yourself, 120 feet of you. I can cast spells through it, but essentially it makes a perfect illusion of myself. So the moment the door starts to open up, I want to invoke duplicity and have that mirror image of myself just sprint through the door and just scream bloody murder and run down the hallway.
Okay, makes sense. Any preparation from any of the rest of you guys on anything, or are you guys gonna chill in the room and wait for somebody to come to you? Or are you guys gonna try to leave before somebody gets back? What? Tell me the plan.
I mean,
I say we
so
just
how
dip.
much longer do we need to buy her time with the paper?
Like
We can't just like
maybe,
leave her in there because they'll take it from her.
she needs like maybe 10 minutes.
My question is, why don't we? If we got the key, why do we care?
Oh, that's fair. I mean, so
That's her issue now.
the thing is, like, I guess, Sean, would we know, like, do we need her to use her tattoo to unlock this, or do we just need the design of the key on her arm?
Apparently, the design of the tattoo on her arm is like the code to crack the safe. So you just need the symbol itself, not the actual tattoo. Though, I mean,
Okay, yeah,
cutting
if he's got that, then fuck it. Yeah, like, we're dipping. If we don't need to wait around on her to get those papers because we already have the design, like, let's fucking go.
yeah, you don't really need her anymore. So if you guys are gonna bust out of what's the plan? Tell me how you guys are gonna escape.
So when you said like there are guards outside this door right now, right?
You assume there was one that left when you approached. She said there was a couple outside, but you guys didn't actually see any.
Fair enough. So when we do open the door, I guess if Lavore is sending out his clone, Jurgen will ready himself with the dust of disappearance where he can hit the entire party. And if that doesn't, if like the clone or whatever doesn't immediately like pull them away so that we can sneak out, he'll drop the dust.
Okay, also to clarify, I read the spell wrong. So as an action, I can create the duplicate, and then as a bonus action, I can move it. So I think I would have created the duplicate of myself, seeing that the door was kind of being jarred and trying to be open. I would have created the duplicate and then held my bonus action to move it. So like if the door bursts open or when we're ready to go, either or, make that duplicate as a bonus action move. I can move it up to 30 feet.
Okay, yeah,
So
that makes sense.
yeah. So if the door bursts open and I would have made that use my bonus action to make that duplicate just sprint 30 feet through the door and down the hallway, just screaming bloody murder.
Okay, so well, from where you guys are at now, you're kind of on the northern side of the map. How do you guys plan on getting out of here? Are you gonna take the dock route? Are you gonna take the land route? Are you gonna go back up the tower and try to fly out of here or something? I'm giving you some pretty cool uncommon items. You guys might be able to fly.
So we were told, like, we had that note that told us to shine a light and we would have like an extraction. That was to shine a light at the docks we came in on, yeah?
Correct. Also,
Okay.
keynote: shine a light at night.
Oh shit. Is it nighttime?
It is not.
I've got to read it in Ring of Jumping. There's a big ass lake at the bottom of this dock. Just saying.
I mean, it's going to take us time to get down to the docks. I think that's our best option right now, unless anybody has something to say in the next like 2 minutes. I think we're still going through with that plan, and we're just going to have to wing it.
I mean, the dock is the closest fucking exit we have. It's that, or we run through the entire fucking prison.
Yeah, exactly. To the docks we go.
Yeah, we're right fucking there.
Everybody stay close to Jurgen though, just in case shit goes down.
I still have Pass Without a Trace. Not that it's gonna do much because they know we're here and we're not exactly stealthing. But if we
Well, I
do
mean,
need
if
to
you sent your
stealth,
duplicate one way and we're actively trying to avoid being caught by running the opposite direction, I would argue that at least might be stealthy.
true. I guess. I mean, we'll leave it up to Sean. But there's a difference between sprinting towards the docks and slowly, stealthily moving towards the docks. So
I
it
mean, we
depends.
could do like a brisk pace. We don't have to be like full blown, like screaming and running like your duplicate.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are only like 20 feet from the door that you need to be in. You're just not in like the same room as it.
Yeah.
And then,
Okay.
and then that leads to essentially the elevator that takes you down to the docks. So you still got a bit of a task.
So
So once we get outside, Serban will just using his new slippers of spider climb, will just run down the wall.
Oh, so we're
Have
supposed to jump.
Jurgen and Eligast carry down Lavore since they could both fly.
Oh, so we're going. Okay. Yeah. So are we just going? That's the plan. We're just bolting for the dock. However
Well,
we get down.
yeah, I mean, we're heading to the docks, and I think we're just going to try to play it off that like we're done with our shift or whatever, and either
Yeah, I
kill
think
time
we're
until night or
I mean,
try to act
Serban is
like
spider walking down the cliff wall. I don't think that's really. We're
I think
just
we're a little
ending
bit
our shift.
past the escape. Like they know what everybody who went into that nurse's office looked like.
I think we got to get the fuck out. Just
all
full
right, well, let's
on.
just fucking go then. We can fly, so like make our way to the docks as fast as we can.
Okay, yeah, you guys come, you go out of the door. As you kind of open the door of this like medical area and look down the hallway, kind of leading in towards the prison, it is about that time that Sir Brightlock at the end of the hall in bright and shining armor, flanked by, probably half a dozen guards or so, sees you as you guys see him, and you guys kind of sprint for the door. You guys make your way out of the door with them hot on your heels. Serban wastes no time and just peels off it straight down the side of the mountain. There are a couple of guards standing at this kind of like crane area that notice your approach. I'll give you guys each one round's worth of actions. What do you do at this point before this guards reacts?
Okay, well, the
If we
warden
are
also
all still
sees.
within 10 feet of each other, I would pop the dust of disappearance, and all four of us would immediately become invisible.
Also, the warden sees a duplicate of Lavore sprinting at him, just screaming like he's dying.
It definitely startles Sir Brightlock as he's like, puts his blade up to encounter this kind of like illusion. It definitely stopped him from directly pursuing you, but he is pursuing you. So Jurgen busts out a spell. What if Lavore, Eligast? What do you guys do? Serban just straight up fucking peeled up down the side of the mountain with his talents, and the rest of you have turned invisible. So what do you guys do from here?
Uh, Lavore is just going to use his ring of jumping, which triples his. He's invisible now, so he's just going to run to the edge of the elevator and just jump as far, like long jump forward, try and get as deep into the lake as he can. So it triples my jumping distance, which I think is your strength stat. Um, I'm gonna double check that real quick, but I'm pretty sure. Long jump. When you make a long jump, you cover a number of feet up to your strength score if you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before the jump. So
Okay, so what's your long jump?
my strength score is 12. So I jump 12 feet, but with the jump ring of jumping, I triple that. So I make a 36-foot horizontal, like long jump. So I jump 36 feet out of the dock, like off of the cliff face.
Okay. As you invisibly launch yourself off of this platform down towards the dark icy water, and Elagast, what do you do at this moment?
I like kick my heels together to activate my winged boots and just start. I can fly for up to 4 hours, so I kind of like hover in the air towards like where Lavore is gonna land, and just try to keep a beat on where everyone's at. Kind of hover over the water by the dock.
Okay, and Jurgen, after casting your spell, how do you make your escape? I imagine you fly down the hill.
I imagine Jurgen looks back at the guards that were pursuing him, and right before he throws the dust, he just throws up a middle finger and then throws fairy dust in the air, and we all disappear. And then he just turns around and immediately starts flying down because he thinks Lavore probably killed himself by jumping off a cliff. And so he's going down to hopefully save him, but he's flying away.
Okay, well, so as you guys make your way towards the docks, some faster than others, Lavore, you take 67 points of bludgeoning damage as you do not land in the water, but on a large floating chunk of ice.
There it
I think
is.
I'm done. I think that I'm out. Yeah, no.
Oh, is that massive damage rules? Did you just like go straight to dead?
I'm not straight to dead, but I went splat. I have
What's your
40.
max HP?
My max HP is 40.
So you're still up. You just gotta make death
Yeah,
saving
I'm just
throws.
Yeah.
I'm making
So
death saves, and
give
I'm
me
invisible splat on the fucking rock.
it's
Am
not
I
even a
able to
rock, it's like
get
a
to
floating
him?
piece of ice. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you guys are kind of like heading down, but your guys' movement
Jesus
speed
Christ.
versus his falling speed is kind of a little different. So I'm gonna say you're gonna have to give me at least one death save before your homeboys can get
I
there.
mean, that's fucking fair. I didn't think about that. I was just like, let's get the fuck out. There's a lake. I forgot that it was frozen.
Alec straight up pulled a Marisha, and that's fucking hilarious.
I didn't polymorph into a goldfish and try and dive off a cliff. That's an
Who
11 on my death
said
save,
to
so I
have you
succeed.
flown down?
I have
Yeah,
one
we
success.
literally said there are two people who can fly, so we'll just carry you down. And you were like, "Yeet!" And then you just jumped off like you were somehow gonna pull that. Like you saw the photo at the beginning. Do you see how high that fucking jump is? 64 damage is being generous.
Yeah, I
I
was a
didn't
bit
think
confused. I
that
thought
it
you were
was all
jumping straight off the
frozen.
dock.
I thought there might be like, some actual water, but I rolled an 11 on my death save, so I
Okay, well you
one success.
stabilize, as your party does eventually find your body. Though luckily for you, once you splat, the splatter of crimson on the snow kind of makes it easier to identify like an invisible body.
I'll fly down onto the thing and like try to like feel on it for his mouth and probably accidentally like touch his nipples or something, and then put a put a health potion when I find his mouth.
So you get groped by Elagast. Your dead body does anyway, and then he pumps you with a potion that brings you back. Whatever a standard healing potion, I believe, is what you're using.
Yeah, it's just a regular. I bought 2 in the last heist, so I still have them.
Okay, and with that, you guys kind of, I imagine you just kind of post up and hide until nightfall, and then utilizing your capabilities, I imagine somebody is capable of a light cantrip, and you do manage to signal for a ride. And out of the darkness, this very Viking like shadow like ship with no lights on, stealthily and quietly approaches and picks up the party, and some of these dwarvish folk, all clad in leather, kind of whisk you away back towards the city of Arkin Bluff. And as you guys get there, and you return to Varin Axebreaker. He is thoroughly pleased at your arrival with the key in tow, and he vows to put in a good word for you to the society of the Golden Vault and whatnot.
Varen, Jurgen would like to discuss perhaps just a slight bump in pay. Now, hear me out. Not only did we get the key that you need for your treasure, but do you know that person that you really don't like? Well, we kind of fucked her over while we got the key. You see, we left her holding a stack of papers from the warden's office about other prisoners in the infirmary in the middle of casting a spell to send the information to her friends. So the guards will walk in, see her with the papers, casting the spell, and they will most likely make her life living hell.
Give me a persuasion check with advantage. You put it on her, You put it on her good. I love to hear it.
Alright, first one's a 9. Second one's a 1. What the fuck is my rolls today?
Yeah, you don't get to crawfish me, boy. We agreed on 2%, and that's what you'll be paid.
You cannot blame Jurgen for trying.
That being said, he does offer to sweeten the pot. So elated is he by your duties. He provides the party with the following items. Out of his personal stash, he gives you a cap of water breathing, a gem of brightness, and a suit of mithril armor. Happy to have been of service to you. And for the sake of brevity, only a few days later, you guys will get your pay out, and your pay for this job is, at least from the Axebreaker clan, is 2,100 copper pieces, 1,100 silver pieces, 100 gold pieces, and 12 bloodstones worth 50 gold each. That's the monetary value that 2% of the horde was sent your way. And also, aside from that, after completing this, let's see, if the characters are working for the Golden Vault, they must deliver the key to Varen Axebreaker. Once they do, the organization rewards the characters with a rare magic item of their choice as payment. So, go ahead and pick up a rare magic item in between now and our next heist.
Dumb boy Lavore, like it's a rare magic item.
That's gonna be fun. Just to make sure, cap of water breathing, gem of brightness, suit of mithril, 2,100 copper, 1,100 silver, 100 gold, and 12 bloodstones worth how much? Each?
50 gold each.
Sick. And then
That's
a magic
831 gold pieces total from them.
Say that again, Chris.
that becomes 831 worth of gold once you sell off the bloodstones and combine all that. So 207 gold each. And 3/4 of a gold piece.
So 200.
Why don't you keep the 3/4 of the gold piece for your troubles?
There we go.
And rare magical item.
Correct. One rare magical item. Go ahead and select one and pick one out. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm pretty game for just about anything out there, but I absolutely refuse to give any of you a wish spell. So anything that does not involve a wish spell is fair game.
Are we leveling up to 5 at this point too?
Correct. Our next heist will be at level 5.
Oh boy.
Man, what a perfect ending to a great heist.
I am really surprised that that panned out the way it did. Fuck yeah, Chris, good call on the infirmary. That was like the one thing that I think really allowed that to work. And then the disguise self, so you basically just snatch the key and we got to leave her there. And yeah, because like if we had to last another 10 minutes in that room, it would have been a combat or it would have gotten real fucking sour.
Yeah, that's why when you're like, well, how long do we have to give her? It's like, he gave us the key. Let's get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Oh, good
No.
shit. She goes,
Yeah, the second it was like,
wanted to
oh, we
hold her.
don't need her key, we just need the design. Done deal. Fucking out.
But the behold, I mean, the moment I heard there was a variant beholder, I just wanted to do that. I mean, yeah, like I get it.
It's called the Spectator, if you want to look it up. It's in the monster manual. It's one of the different variants. It's pretty cool.
I just want to kill it.
I was hoping so bad that I'd split the party and one or two of you would be dumb enough to walk in there and get killed.
There's
I mean,
no
if
way
I'd been-
I would be.
So now that
Go
we've
ahead.
gotten through the heist, can you peel back the curtain and tell us, like, was there anything in the armory worth going in there with a fucking beholder for? Or is it just like oh, there's got to be something cool behind the beholder, so somebody goes in there and just gets themselves killed?
There was a shit ton of like common weapons and armor, like, but nothing like worth going in there for. No.
Well,
I'm so glad we didn't waste time on that.
but we could have fought a beholder or beholder variant.
You know,
Pretty
sometimes
level.
not fighting the beholder is the good way to go.
Yeah, I'm
Just-
pretty sure level
just
4
throwing that out
beholder.
well, with the way he keeps saying it, now the next campaign story is going to have a fucking beholder.
Please, I want to fight one.
I
This
feel like
is
we
a
can
one
do pretty
shot.
well against the beholder.
You have no idea. I want to fight a beholder so bad.
I've never. Yeah, that's
They're
like one of
so
the
cool.
things we've never faced.
Well, I did work some beholders into the campaign somewhere, so you guys are just gonna have to get together.
Yes,
I won't tell you when or where, but there's a few in there.
you're my favorite DM. You're also my only DM, but you're my favorite.
Well, aw, shucks. Well, fellas, I had a good time. It was a fun sesh. I think I'm gonna get out of here though. I gotta retire for the evening. But keep in touch, man. Let's do this again next week. Yeah.
All right,
Good
catch you
luck.
later, guys. Thanks, Sean.
Later.
Uh,